दिगंबर. हॅलो हॅलो चेक. हॅलो 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 चेक. ऐक. हॅलो. ओके. हॅलो हॅलो चेक. हॅलो. हॅलो हॅलो. माईक टेस्ट.
Check. Hello. Check. Test. Check. Check. Hello. Check. Test. Check. Hello. Test. Check. Hello. Check. Test. Check. Check. Hello. Test. Check. Check. Hello. Test. Check. Test. Check. Hello. Check. Check. Test. Test one. Check.
हॅलो 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 चेक. हॅलो हॅलो चेक. हॅलो 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 चेक.
Ayurveda Integrated Emergency Care.
Now, I would like to call Dr. Bhumika for a prayer.
I kindly request everyone to rise. वक्रतुण्डमहाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा.
Thank you, Dr. Bhumika. Now I request Dr. Prasanna to carry out the workshop 1.
Good morning, gallery. We, the Ayu Emergency team, are so honored and privileged to be here with the KLE University because we did have an interaction with the faculties last day, and that was brainstorming because we realized and amazed that the faculties over there are already in the forefront of emergency care. So we are so happy to be here. So let's begin our workshop. To give you about a brief and introduction, I may call upon two doctors from our team. First is Dr. Mail Wageli, who is a medical doctor from France who secured PhD in emergency medicine. He is a principal investigator of our emergency project. He had done the specialist in emergency cares, mountain accident, and disaster management. And he was the former director of Training Center of Emergency Care and assistant director of the Department of Mobile Emergency and Intensive Care Unit at CPM. So, Dr. Mail, please do welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I am very happy to be here with you. I will start with the little story why this project came from my previous activity. I was working in a little island, French island, between Madagascar and Africa. At that time, I realized that emergency care, it's really difficult to handle, and many colleagues have diseases and were in burnout, depression. One at 35 years old has 2 MI. So I say, okay, at that point, this system can be efficient in some cases, but we have to find other way to handle health for the patient and for the doctors. From this, it was in 2015. In 2016, we decided with my family to go to India and to see what Ayurveda can bring to our activities. So we meet the team of AVP and Dr. Krishna Kumarji, Padmashri Krishna Kumarji. And under his guidance, we start to learn Ayurveda. At one point, he say, what can you share with our community? What can you transmit? So I was very surprised, and I was asking myself, what, from my background, what can I share? So I decided to see in the training part, what can we build together to have a specific training adapted for the Ayurveda community. Then I met a lot of Vaidyas who were treating emergency case. And yesterday, we hear a lot of faculty, different professors from different departments. And in fact, your institution are doing emergency care in many departments, but I'm not sure they teach it. I'm not sure everyone is aware of it. So this project now is there to try to compile all these experiences, all this knowledge from the textual references to the practice. And if possible, he has to reach the student. Which one? It was locked. Okay. The big one. Mhm. So we learn from Padma Shri Krishna Kumarji that it is the time for Ayurveda community of physicians, scientists, entrepreneurs to take forward the mission of the selfless Padma Shri Krishna Kumarji and help carry forward the great mission on behalf of the collective Ayurvedic community. And during this Tatropakashni 2 weeks training, intense training in Ayurveda in Mangarai, Coimbatore, I realized that Ayurveda community is not really confident in his science. And I was wondering why, because when I see the knowledge you have to get in 4 or 5 years, comparing to the knowledge we need to know in allopathy, there is a big gap. Shastras are very, very difficult to grasp, and there is no hand. So I was wondering, you know a lot of things, and you have to learn in the same time a main part of allopathy medicine to communicate with the network of doctors here. So I was wondering why you are not confident. You know 2 medical systems, and your medical system explain almost any situation, and more than just in the human, it can be the animals, in the plants. And I realized that when we talk about emergency, even in the syllabus, few line, theoretical line, and always in modern medicine. Almost no subject in Ayurveda. So I start wondering, okay, we have to work on it. And we did a survey study to know what do you need. 98% of the answer was we need training. Which type of training? There is different answer, more practical. And one of the last question of the questionnaire was, do you think Ayurveda can participate in the management of emergency care? More than 90% student, faculty, practitioners say yes, Ayurveda can contribute in the management of emergency care. From that, I start to inquire everywhere possible what is the practice of emergency care in Ayurveda. After 2020, in June, we did a 4 days webinar to try to share these practice experiences. And 20 Vaidyas came and shared their experience, very well defined from references with clinical cases. So we realized, okay, now is the starting point of this project. And Dr. Rajesh Koteja conclude the seance of these 4 days and give the logo support from Ayush. So we developed this project in 3 steps. The first step is how to give more confidence to the Ayurveda practitioner. How Vedyas can enter to the rescue chain, feeling if we hear someone has something, we can act. You can be confident on it. So for this, how to build an Ayurvedic training. This was very difficult because I was focusing on it, how to do from Ayurveda. But to start it, I think it is difficult. We have to first learn international recommendation and Indian recommendation. Now there is only allopathy in the syllabus of these trainings. So I think it's okay. We have to learn because in the syllabus of emergency care, mostly it is decision taking, practice, skills, very few treatments. There is, but very few. And even you learn well this treatment, it can be useful to know how to help one emergency doctor if it's there, or one MBBS doctor if he lead and he asks you help. Or if you are alone in a remote area with the drugs, in certain states, you can use it. It is to save a life. So if you know well, you will take your choice. If I use it, I can save the life. If I don't use it, you will see. But it is better to know and not use than just not knowing it. Then from this management, we can upgrade the training and bring input from Ayurveda. This will take a long research, but we have to start it. And you have everything here to start this type of research and to see how to implement. And the last point is cooperative management. How to cooperate with other medical system. Because in emergency, most of the time, we cannot handle the case alone. We need to transfer. We need different actors. But it is important you feel you are a main actor of the rescue chain and emergency care management. I will let my colleague, Dr. Skantesh, to talk more about the Yatra. Why now we are on the road, going from one institution to another, from some meeting different Vedyas. Thank you.
Thank you. Namaste all. Thank you, Dr. Mail, for the insightful introduction into Ayu Emergency Project. We know that the journeys, especially in Indian context, that has produced immense of revolution, transformation in all aspects, whether it can be a political, even our national movement has a connection with a lot of yatras, and even spiritual transformations, and contemporary political movement also has many connection with the yatras, especially different connecting different places of India. So taking that kind of a vision to connect different institutions, and in order to reach in a consensus and in order to sensitize the Ayurveda fraternity, we thought that a dynamic process need to be in place, because the emergency care itself has a nature of dynamicity within it. So if you want to engage with that, and if you want to understand, if you want to approach, and if you want to assess it, you need to also have a dynamic process along with that. So that we thought that a Yatra model will be an apt kind of a model which actually can put in place in order to, sensitize Ayurveda fraternity regarding emergency care, lifestyle, life support kind of aspects. So we have a major 3 kind of objects in regarding with Ayu Emergency Yatra. So first thing is that how to bring about the sensitization in Ayurveda fraternity regarding emergency care and life support, and how it can be contextualized in the domain of Ayurveda so that it will become Ayurveda emergency care life support. And it is important to see that how we can make a ecosystem of research where there will be more innovative model, where there will be rigorous documentation, there will be more scientific publication also. So it comes together as an ecosystem of research rather than a single model of research or something. There will be a co-production of knowledge, which is very essential. And it is important to see how a network can be built, incorporating with different disciplinary people, and how they can come forward and centered around a common kind of an objective, how they can bring up and how there can be a dialogue within it. So in science, it is important to have how we can build an establishment by connecting these different kind of a people also. So these are the major three objective of Yatra. And also we thought that it is an important time that we communicate with all the relevant authorities like Ministry of Ayush, NCISM and CCRAs regarding the relevance of Ayu Emergency project, and to see how they can actually help us in taking it forward with all their support. Next slide, please. So we can see you can scroll it down. So we can see the team. So the team is like, an important thing is that it's not like a specific domain is involved. We try to have a multidisciplinary engagement with the team. We have scholars from nanoscience, traditional Vishavidya and classical texts, and clinicians and clinical research, ethics and public health background, project coordination, digital media, and people having diverse knowledge in Indian systems of knowledge in comprehensive way. So this diversity of participation itself has making the process of engagement much more rich, and it can provide the synthesis of knowledge more comprehensive. Please scroll. Yeah. So you can see the timelines there as Dr. Mayal was suggesting. So inception, and there was a need assessment study as he told. So you can see that. Please scroll down. So you can see so here also it is important that we conceptualize it regarding connecting all different kind of stakeholders, like kind of government colleges, private universities and hospitals, clinic research centers, and also biomedical emergency units also. So it provides like a comprehensive kind of landscape transfer. So you can see that landscape transfers of this Yatra. It's not only transversing to the landscape, but also make sure that there is a different participation of multiple stakeholders within it. Can go down. And these are the objective of the Yatra, as I mentioned earlier. So these are the long-term missions. So as Dr. Mayal was suggesting, how Ayurveda emergency care can be incorporated to the mainstream healthcare, and how a rigorous research ecosystem can be built in order to have the assessment of Ayu emergency interventions. And also it is important to see how a cooperative network can be built with the help of different disciplines and domain people. So these can be considered as the ultimate objective of the Ayu emergency project, and also kind of a long-term objective of the Yatra. Yatra is not a one-step or a one-stop process. It is like we think that it has to be continued in a different manner, maybe in a phase-wise manner or all possible manner. So it needs to be progressed as a dynamic manner. So even the COVID as a emergency pandemic not only bring an anxiety to the public health, but it's also disrupted many of our perception regarding learning pedagogy also. We are also getting many inquiry that whether this emergency care life support training can be made in an online. So it is like whether we can make a swimming class in an online module. Seems like that. So so it is important to see that in the next health emergencies, what it going to be does in the health domain and all other domain, how we have to engage with that. So the ultimate engagement should not be only restricted into the context of health emergencies, but it also transcend into the different impacts the emergency causes, and how we actually need to engage with that and to contribute better models, and how we have to actually come up with a pluralistic way of knowing things. So we hope that with all your cooperation and collaboration, the Yatra becomes a Ayurveda Jodo Yatra, and we expect all your active support. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Skandesh. He's a research lead, and he's a research ethics scholar at Fogati International at Yanopaya University. Thank you, Dr. Skandesh. Next, we'll move to Vishachigilsa in emergency care. Before that, I should introduce our rad pressure in our team, Dr. Vaidya Brahmadattan Nambudiri. Vaidya Brahmadattan Nambudiri is a traditional Ayurveda Agadatandra scholar who has undergone more than 20 years of rigorous training, learning with Sanskrit, Darshanas, Tarka, Ashtanga Hridaya, and Agadatandra, in specific under his grandfather, reputed Ayurveda scholar Vallur Shankaran Nambudiri. He engaged with snake bite treatment project Padam as a lead scholar. Vaidya Brahmadattan Nambudiri is engaged as a resource person for reputed international universities like Kyoto University, Japan, Madison University, United States. Unfortunately, Sar is unable to attend this session because of some health constraints, but his Shishyas are here. So I may invite Dr. Shankaran Nambudiri. He is an Ayurveda clinician engaged with School of Logistics and Operation in Ayu Emergency Project. We'll be having a demo of Visha care, how to be treated in Ayu Emergency. Actually, it's a done project for the project of Padam. So we'll be demonstrating that video, followed with the treatment protocols which being explained by Dr. Shankaran Nambudiri. I invite Agil Narayanan also, Vaidya Agil Narayanan, to demonstrate that case.
Good morning to you all. So here we are going to see a snake bite case, which is done by our beloved Guru, Vaidya Brahmadattan Nambudiri. And whenever we think about emergency, most of the times we forgot about the snake bite, because in these times snake bites are very less. So we have to think about the contemporary relevance of snake bite, because snake bite can be these treatments can be adopted in the various emergencies also. According to the doshas, we can adopt these kind of treatments in dosha basis. So we can go to the video and have a discussion regarding that. Sound. And actually, there is some instruction given by the Vaidya to the patient and the people around there.
കണ്ണ് അപ്പൊ കുറച്ച് നേരം നീട്ടണോ സാറില്ല എന്തടിയുണ്ട് വെല്ലിട്ട് നോക്കും വെല്ലിട്ട് നോക്കും കളിക്കും 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 കുറഞ്ഞില്ലേ ഇപ്പൊ കുറഞ്ഞില്ലേ അല്ല അപ്പൊ നാളെ വേണ്ട നാളെ വരും
So you saw the video, and there are some protocols they are doing in the order. And so in first we should know what is Visha. So in Ashtangradhyam Uttarasthana Visha Pradisheda, we can see Jagat Vishanam Tam Drushta Tenaso Vishamnega. It is told in Ashtangradhyam that which are the things, something which causes Vishada, that suppress the dosha which is called Visha. Anything, it can be anything, not only the poison, anything can be a poison. The Visha, it directly acts on the ojas because of its vyavahitva and ashugaritva. So it directly affects the ojas. And we all know that what is ojas. Ojas is something which holds our prana. So whenever the ojas deranges, our death happens. So the visha directly goes to the ojas and depletes the ojas. And the things which are done in the video will be explained by.
Good morning, everyone. And in this video, we can see the patient is unconscious. And in every case, in every emergency case, the first, in this case, Visha, the Visha directly, he told, the Visha will direct strikes into the ojas. And it causes also the Dushtita Prana. So first, in every case, in every emergency case, we have to take care of Prana and ojas first. So if the prana gets depletes, then patient will go to balcony. Okay, so first we have to take care of prana and ojas. And in Visha, there are 7 stages, 7 Sapta Vegas. So in this condition, I will tell the Lakshanas.
In Vaidya Samuchaya, a Kerala traditional textbook, in that it is a reference for the lakshanas which is shown in the each dhadus. When the Visha enters to each dhadus, it shows specific lakshanas. So I will quote the sloga and he will explain the things. Romanjam Toji Samsthitam, Pragurude, Karmambu Rektasthidam, Sandabanja Vivarnadam, Pichidagam, Chardinja Vebandada. അസ്ഥിന്യക്ഷികൾ ഗ്ലോപഘാതം അഥവാ ഹിക്കാഞ്ച നിശ്വാസകൾ മജ്ജസ്തന്തഥ മോഹകാരിച്ച മൃതിം ശുക്ലേ നരാണാം വിഷം.
And if the Visha is in the first Rasadhadu, then there will be the Romanja, horripilation. Then if the Visha is in second stage, there will be severe sweating. And if the Visha is in the third stage, that's in the Mamsa, there will be Vivarnada, Vivarnada,
and
then also Sandapa. And if the Visha is in the fourth stage, Mamsa, there will be Chardi and Vepatu. Then if the Visha is in the fifth stage, Medas, there will be Tamapravesha. And in the seventh stage, there will be Galobhagada. Then we can see there is, he is not able to hold his neck. Please play the video once more. And in the Majja, there will be unconscious. The moham will be there. And here, the patient is unconscious. So this is the patient is in the Majja, sixth stage. And he is not able to hold his neck. So in every treatment, in Visha treatment, if we follow Visha, the patient will go to balcony. So we have to treat according to, if the Visha is in the first stage, we have to give the medicine to the second stage. We want to overtake the Visha and we want to make a barrier to prevent Visha and to make the patient stable. So if in this stage, the patient is in Majja, that's seventh stage. So we have to give the treatment of seventh stage. That's Shukra. In the last three stages, we are giving the Nasya. So it's in the last stage. For first, we are giving Nasya. And then next, after the giving Nasya, the patient becomes consciousness. Then after that, we gave the Anjana. And after giving Anjana, the patient became conscious and became alert. Then when he get conscious, then we gave, after that, we applied Tala also to get conscious. After that, when the patient became conscious, we gave the internal medications. And after that, the blowing therapy, it's a traditional Kerala Chikitsa. We are chewing some medicines and then after that, blowing to the ears and the forehead. And it's the blowing therapy is adopted in the first three Vegas. So from the Nasya, Anjana, Talam, then after that, internal medication, then blowing therapy, then after that, we are giving Lebana and all. This is the treatment protocol.
So in these things, we have to be taken care of the prana. So Hridayavarna is the main thing we have to do the first. So we have to protect the prana first. That's why we are giving the nasya on the first as a first thing. And in this case, you may think that which are the medicines. So in this nasyam, we gave Mrityunjaya nasyam and Anjanam with Leshunam and Marijam. And for chewing, we gave Chukku and Karalegam and Dusparsha.
Dusparsha, Vishwa and Vishavega.
And internally, Jeevaraksha Guliga. So these are the things we usually used to do in this Visha Chikitsa. And this is actually in the traditional way of doing snake bite cases. The references can be seen in the Tamil tradition also. So we cannot see all the things in the main Brihatrayis like Ashtangavaya and all. So it is locally people used to do some different techniques in different cases.
And these medicines are given in the Kerala Vishavaidya textbooks and in Prayoga Samachaya, Vishajyotsnika, etc. So, and the treatment protocol is little bit different from the Brihatrayis.
Thank you.
If there is any doubt, you can ask.
So we can have that later in the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vaidyas, Dr. Shankaran Nambudiri and Agil Narayanan Nambudiri. And before moving to the next session, we will have one video about our Ayu Emergency Yatra, which is made by Dr. Vasisht. Let's have a look on that. Can we have the audio, please? If there is any technical error, we can move to the next session. So that is based on Kattu Kalpas and specific formulation in emergency care. For that, I may call upon Vaidya Abhijit Abhimanyu. Sorry, Abhimanyu. We will have the look on the video first. Thank you. So, Dr. Abhimanyu Abhijit comes under the 10th generation of reputed Vaidya lineage from Malabar. He is the final year student of BAMS. So we'll be having a session of Kattakalpas and Ayu Emergency Care. Abhijit, Doval.
Namaste everyone. First, I would like to thank the KLE University to just host our Ayu Emergency Yatra. I am Abhimanyu Abhijit, coming from 10th generation, 10th generation of traditional Vaidya system in Malabar region. I am currently in final year BAMS in Ashtangam Ayurveda Vidyapitham Evam Chikitsalayam. So first, I would like to offer my pranams to all my gurus. Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Sri Guruve Namaha. So let's move in. It's not working. So Terry Fletcher has said, if you don't know where have you come from, you won't know where you are or where you will go. The Ayurvedic community, if they don't know where they have come from or what their heritage is, they won't know what to move forward. So, was emergency practiced in ancient India? Was emergency practiced in Malabar region or South India, North India? Was it practiced? So I'm here to present this topic of traditional practices of emergency medicine in Northern Malabar region, which is my region. So I would like to thank and offer my pranams to my grandfather, Vaidya Vajaspati Padmanabha Kurupu, or called as Papu Vaidyar. He was the chairman of Almis Pharmacy. He was also the president of Kerala Ayurveda Mandalam. He was involved in the board of studies in Calicut University of Ayurveda Studies. So he was leading a group of Vaidyas who were practicing emergency management in many at times when there were crises happening. These were the prominent Vaidyas in this Malabar region. And you can see that one of the most prominent Vaidya was Dr. P.K. Vaidya sir. We have to offer pranams to P.K. Vaidya sir to creating such an extent and such a visionary to Ayurveda. So this group of Vaidyas have changed Ayurveda in the Malabar region in such an extent. And I will also like to have my pranams to Krishna Kumarji, who is the initiator of this program. So I would like to pray to him so that all of the Ayurveda community is benefited in a lot of way, and every Ayurveda faculty and student is benefited by him. So what is medical emergency? Is there medical emergency in Ayurveda? So when you look at the contemporary emergency, so the first aid comes in the ABCs actually. Airway, breathing, circulation. So the contemporary world understood that it's not ABC, it's actually CAB. circulation comes first. So circulation, airway, breathing. That's what the contemporary world or the modern world looks at. So when we look in the Ayurveda point of view, the circulation is performed by the Vyanavayu, and the Shwasochwasa is mainly by the Prana. Prana is the main thing that does the Shwasochwasa, and if there is a lack of Prana, how much oxygen that you give in, it doesn't matter because the Prana is not there. So the main aspect to in emergency medicine in Ayurveda is to control the prana and to elevate the prana, chitta, and ojas. Now, what makes us alive? What makes me alive? What makes you think that I am alive? Because I'm interacting with you. I'm interacting with the physical world. That's what making me alive. So when you look at the Indriyartha Sannigarsha, from Atma, it comes to Buddhi, Anahangara, Manas, to the Indriyas, Karmendriyas, and the Jnanendriyas. So this function of traveling everything from Atma to the Indriyas is done by Prana. So if there is a Rodha in Prana, this process would not happen, and every the Srodhas. So when the Prana, Chitta, and Ojas decreases, the Srodhas slowly closes. So there are different Srodhas. So when the Prana becomes lower and lower, it closes and closes, and finally the main Srodhas or the Hridaya closes. That's when you are dead. So we have seen the importance of prana. So where are these pranas located in? We have references of Dasha Pranayadanas. In that, we have said Doshango, Marmatrayam, Rekta, Ojas, and Guda. So we know that the Ojas is very important in prana. So what all are the things that connects with prana? So Ojas in Charaga Chikitsa Sthana, Grahani Chikitsa, in under the Samprapti, Dalhana has said that Ojasoi Guna Yasya Rekta Dadu Rubasya Guna. The gunas of Ojas is the same as the gunas of Rekta Dadu. So the Rekta Dadu should be worthy to hold the Ojas. So these are very important in having to contain the prana in the body. So we have also another reference that about Rasa's connection with Ojas. Dashamula Sirasta, Hridesta, Sarvam Sarvado Vabuhu, Rasatmagam Vahandi Oja, Tan Nibandami Cheshidam. So Rasa is also involved in carrying these Ojas and Prana throughout the body. So what carries the Prana all over the body? This Rasa has a link with Ojas, which carries the Prana. And the Vyanavayu is responsible to completely travel it all over the body. Vyanena rasadaduri vikshepojita karmana yugapat sarvado ajasram dehe vikshipade sada. So when there is a decrease in Vyanavayu, that is when we are doing the CPR and giving the external manipulation so that the Vyanavayu goes in. So the main thing is prana. So was there an emergency management in India before? So when you are in an emergency, it doesn't happen before. You are not planned before. It comes on the spot. Someone in this auditorium collapses suddenly. What do? You have to have the medicines in your hand already. But it's hard to carry all the kashayas or all the medicines to have it with us. So what it should be small, it should be effective, it should be highly potent in low doses also. It should be easily to be carried around also. It shouldn't be a burden for us to carry all the things in our bag and just move like this. So I'm talking about the Matra Kalpas. So this is about a box which contains the Matra Kalpas. So we have different Matra Kalpas. This is being practiced in Siddha and alongside with Kerala traditions also. Yes. So So this is called as Chailya Matra, which contains Haratala and Chailya, which is the Hingula. So this is really compatible. You could make this into different structures. This can be made into a bracelet or anything which can be easily be carried from place to place. So what does it do is that it creates a platform for the prana to act. It creates this Rodha Shodhana so that the prana can move in. So let's look at a case report that my grandfather treated at that time. So a 80-year-old female having high-grade fever with pneumonia, who was said that she would not survive more than just 3 days. She was very ill, very sick, and the family members completely lost hope. So these were our neighbors. So one of her child came to my grandfather and asked if my grandfather could do something to her. My grandfather went and applied child matra to her. He gave it by, it is just by like rubbing the potali kalpas, you can administer it with the suitable anupanas. So he just gave the child matra by giving it rounds and giving it to her. So she was better after that, and she lived more than 3 years. How we know more than 3? Why I told more than 3 years? Because she lived there more than 3 years. Then she went to another place. So we don't have the data that how much long after that she lived. So from 3 days, she lived more than 3 years. So this is another kalpa called as Panchaloha Matra. So this contains Swarna, Rajada, Tamra, Yashada, and Loha. When you look at this, this is an amazing kalpa. This is a Panchaloha Matra. I could show you if you have after the session individually, we can have a discussion or we could see about it. So this is called Panchaloha Matra. If you look at the beauty of this combination, it is that it contains Swarna. We know that Swarna is Ojasim. It is completely for Ojasim. Then we have the Loha. Loha is Tikshna. It contains the properties of Rakta Dhatu. It stimulates the Rakta Dhatu. So it promotes the Rakta Dhatu and the Ojas also. And that might not be enough. If there is a Srodha Rodha, which does not allow the prana to go, then the role of Tamra comes in. The Tamra creates a Lekana so that these can move in. So this is an important, a specific kalpa that can do the resuscitation very quick. So there was a very big tragedy happened in 1943. It was very sad. 22 people died in a single day due to cholera. It was a cholera epidemic. There was high mortality all around the world with this cholera. People don't know what to do. So a group of Vaidyas, including my grandfather, had these kalpas, Panchaloha Kalpa, Chailya Kalpa, there is also Namapanchana Kalpa. So with these kalpas, they treated the patient, especially with the Panchaloha Kalpa, because it can be mainly used for Grahani, all these chikitsa. So you can see that this is a news report in which they say that 1 lakh people died due to cholera in Calicut in 1943. So here we can see that they treated in the Malabar region and they collected the evidences and they had given it to studies in foreign countries and all. But due to many technical issues, it was not able to be published at that time. So after that, after seeing these results, the Kerala Ayurveda Mandala has given my grandfather the Vaidya Vajaspati title. So I'll give you another more interesting Kattukalpa, which is the Navapashana Kattu. You might be familiar with the Murugan temple in which the statue is Navapashana Kattu. There is an interesting story behind Dr. C.P. Matthew. I have to mention him because he's the first integrative medicine practitioner. Very important medicine practitioner. He is an oncologist, an oldest oncologist, but unfortunately he was dead 2-3 years back. But I offer my salutations to him. So how This Navpashana Cut was the reason CP Matthew sir came to Ayurveda and Siddha. I'll tell you the story. So, one day, Dr. CP Matthew sir was sitting in his clinic. A patient came, stage 4 lung carcinoma. So, CP Matthew sir told, we can't do anything. He's in the last stage. Let him go home. Let him be with his family. We have nothing to do. So, the next day, someone came and told CP Matthew sir that you told no, the patient is going to be died. He's completely free of symptoms, and they are saying that he's free of cancer. So that shook CP Matthew sir's mind. So CP Matthew sir was like, I won't believe this. I want to see it in. He believes in Pratiksha Pramana more, I think so. So he went there. When he went there, what he saw in his reports was that he was completely free of cancer and symptoms. The patient was walking, who could not walk or even sit, he was completely walking. So what was the wonder of medicine? So he asked the relatives that what did he take? What was his miracle? So what happened was that one Siddha Vaidya came and gave some medicine to him. So CP Matthew sir was like, I want to find this medicine because this is a life-saving medicine. This could help many people. So CP Matthew sir was under investigation, which was the Siddha Vaidya. So he searched. He finally got the Siddha Vaidya. He went there and asked, what was that incredible medicine that you gave that cured this patient? And that was the Navapashana Matra. It contains 9 poisonous compounds. In fact, in Siddha system, there are 64 poisonous compounds in which you can make Katakalpa with any one of them. But these are superior. What it contains is that it contains Viram, Puram, which are HgCl, mercury chloride. Then it contains Haratala Manishila, that we are familiar with. Then Hingula Gandaga, Gauri Pashana, it is Velapashana, then, which is the Velapashana. Then we have Mridarasringam. So we have a case report on this also. So recently, one of my other doctors, this was the experience of Dr. Shashikumar Nechil sir. He is very incredible in Siddha system and in Ayurveda Rasa Shastra. So a patient came, a 40-year-old patient, known case of hypertension with 170, 110, was visiting him. So one day while visiting, the patient had a typical symptoms of an aneurysm. So his BP was shooting high. It was going in a bad prognosis stage. So what Shashikumar sir did was that he gave two rounds of Navapashana Cut and gave it with Jiragarishtam. After 15 minutes, when we looked at the BP has normalized into 130/90 within 15 minutes. So it is not just for lung cancer, it's multi-systemic. It's a wonder medicine. And the potential of it is immense. So these are the critical kalpas which are very important. So let's look at the other kalpas. Other formulations that my grandfather used as an emergency medicine. So this is an important preparation that was used in multi ways. So it contains Haratala, Manashila, Trigadu, Nimbasurasa. So how it is made is Haratala and Manashila is taken in equal amount, then twice the amount of Trigadu is added, Bhavana with Nimbasurasa for 2 yama, and it is given with 500 mg gulga. The 500 mg gulga is always kept with us. So what happens is that what it can be used is, it can be used for high fever, it could be used for pneumonia. You can give it with Dashamula Kaditrayam Kashayam. It can be used for pneumonia. Then for seizures, it is given Nasya with Nirgundi Swarasa. Then for cancer, this was my grandfather's always he used to say to my father and my aunts. So he used to give this also. He had an amazing result at back that time. So what he used to do is that he used to give this preparation as an external and an internal thing, along with we'll call as Shavanaripu, that is Catharanthus roseus. Along with the source of that, he gave it internally and externally. And the quality of the life and the patient response was also very nice. And in ear disorders, it was given along with Arkapartra Surasa. Then it also was given as an Anjana. So the other thing was that, okay, my grandfather met a case. So this case was that this patient had went to many Vaidyas and the sardi was not stopping. It was the vomiting was coming again and again. The vega was coming again and again. There was high kleda in the body. So my grandfather just took, we'll call it irkal, that is a coconut midrib leaf, then made it into a kashaya and gave the patient. It was very effective. And he used to give this for a number of patients. So the medicine is not the matter. What I'm saying is, I'm giving an example of many of these. But what my Guru, Brahmatan sir, and all would say is that it is not the matter of these kalpas. It is a matter of the principles. My grandfather and those Vaidyas had these principles which made them these medicines. These medicines can act as a guidance for us. But if we want to step back, look at these principles, then we have to make this. So I'm just giving you an example. So I have to make that also clear. Now we are going into an age of just this medicine, you have to take it. But the principle actually matters. So in rust iron, you know, when you step on one iron piece, what do? You go to TT vaccine. You go take TT vaccine. Who has the, like, we don't have our guts to use our preparation. So my grandfather never tells that don't take TT vaccine, use Ayurveda itself. So what he used to give is that he used to give Rasa Karpura in a Shodhana form. Shodhita Rasa Karpura. So in Basavarajiya, you can see that Rasa Karpura is given to Ashidi Vadaroga. In 80 Vadarogas, this Rasa Karpura was given. So there was another important emergency was that the Murcha Avastha. In different conditions, you can see the Murcha Avastha. So Tikshna Nasya is to be given to the patient to stimulate the patient into the consciousness. So my grandfather used to give Kunguma plus Grida. In other condition, he used to give Rasa Sindura plus Lashuna Surasa. In a little more Tikshna way, he used to give Siddhamagradwaja or Rasa Sindura with Drona Pushpi Surasa. Actually, what he used to say is that it is not actually Rasa Sindura, it is Rasa plus Gandaga, which was given into after making into a Kajali. Along with Lashuna Surasa, it was given. But if you, in emergency cases, you might not have it already, but you could also give it with Rasa Sindura. Thank you everyone for your patient listening. So I think so we have emergency, we had emergency medicine, we have emergency medicine, we will have emergency medicine. I think so this would, many people would be little insecure about the emergency practices in Ayurveda. But I think so this would have a little impact. Thank you everyone, your patient listening.
Thank you, Dr. Abhimanyu Abhijit, for the wonderful session. As all the dignitaries has arrived, we'll move on to the inaugural session. By this word, I'm handing over the mic to the KLE team.
Thank you, Dr. Abhimanyu, for such an informative presentation. Now we'll go forward with the inaugural program. एकतः क्रतवः सर्वे सहस्रवरदक्षिणः अन्यतो रोगभीतानां प्राणिनां प्राणरक्षणम्. So saving a life of living being who is frightened by disease is equivalent to all the deeds that can ever be done to gain punya. Good morning, one and all present here. Myself, Dr. Purnima, Assistant Professor, Department of Rashastra and Baisaja Kalpana.
Myself, Dr. Veena Kupati, Assistant Professor, Department of Rashastra and Bhaishya Kalpana, take immense pleasure to extend you all a very warm welcome to the inaugural ceremony of Ayu Emergency Yatra, national workshop focusing on Ayurvedic approach and management of emergency conditions, organized by the Department of Rashastra and Bhaishya Kalpana, Kahir Shri B.M. Kankanwadi Ayurveda Mahavidyalaya, on the eve of Silver Jubilee celebration, continuing legacy since 1998.
Now it's time to call upon the esteemed dignitaries on the stage. For the same, I now request Dr. P.G. Jada, sir, Dean, Department of Rashastra and Baisaja Kalpana, to escort today's dignitaries, Vaidya Brahmadattan Nambutiri, Dr. Mail Vagel, over the dais.
Before commencing the event, let's make the most important conversation one can ever make, our conversation with God. I call upon Dr. Bhumika and Dr. Pooja, invoke the presence of Almighty through their prayer.
I kindly request everyone to stand. Namami Dhanvantarim Adidevam Surasurai Vanditapadapadmam Loke Jarar Bhayamrityu Nashanam Dadaramishan Vividhaushadhi Ya Kundendu Tusharharadhavada Ya Shubhravastra Ya Veena Varadandamandita Ya Shweta Padmasana Ya Brahmachyuta Shankara Prabhritihi Devai Sada Pujita Sama Pantu Saraswati Bhagavati Visheshajaryapaha Visheshajaryapaha.
Thank you, Dr. Bhumika and Dr. Pooja.
I now request Dr. P.G. Jadar, Vice Principal and Dean, Department of Rashastra and Baisaja Kalpana, to deliver the welcome note.
Good morning to all. On the behalf of Kahir's Keli Ayur World, we welcome one and all for the National Workshop on Ayu Emergency Yathra, a medical specialty concerned with the care and treatment of actually ill or injured patients who need immediate medical attention. The Ayu Emergency Yatra is an important step in the mission for utilizing the potential of Ayurveda in developing an integrated emergency care. The Ayu Emergency Yatra currently aims to sensitize Ayurveda students and professionals regarding comprehensive AECLS
that is emergency care and life support training. The Yatra also focuses on establishing a research ecosystem and multidisciplinary cooperative network in the domain of Ayurveda integrated emergency care. First of all, I welcome Ayu Emergency Yatra team headed by Vaidya Brahmadattan Nambutari sir, is a traditional Ayurveda Vishavaidya. Welcome you, sir. Another eminent personality is Dr. Mail Vogel, sir. Sir is expert in the emergency medicine. Welcome you, sir. I also welcome all resource persons of today's event also. I welcome our beloved principal and medical director of hospital and pharmacy, Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty, sir. Entire organizing committee, my colleagues, students, all delegates who are participating offline and online. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Atiti Deo Bhava. Let us now welcome florally the dignitaries over the dais. So I request Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty, Principal, Kaheshri B.M. Kankanwadi Ayurved Mahavidyalaya, to welcome our today's chief guest, Dr. Mael Vogel, florally. Mael Vogel is a medical doctor from France, MD, PhD in emergency medicine, principal investigator of Ayu Emergency Project, specialist in emergency case, mountain accident, and disaster management. Sir is a former director of Training Center of Emergency Care, also assistant director of the Department of Mobile Emergency and Intensive Care at CPM, Government Hospital of Mayotte, French in Indian Ocean. Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty, florally welcome today's chief guest of honor, Vaidya Brahmadattan Nambutari, sir.
Brahmanathan Nambudari sir, a traditional Ayurveda, Agada Tantra and Ayu Emergency Project scholar. Sir has undergone more than 20 years of rigorous learning and training with Sanskrit, Darshanas, Tarka, Ashtanga Hrudaya and Agada Tantra in specific under his grandfather, reputed Ayurveda scholar Vallur Shankaran Nambudari sir. Sir has engaged snake bite treatment project Patham as a lead scholar. Sir also delivered lectures as a resource person for reputed international universities like Kyoto University, Japan, and Medicine University, United States. With this short introduction, we wholeheartedly welcome you to, sir, this event.
Now I request Dr. P.G. Jadar, Dean and Vice Principal, to florally welcome today's President, Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty.
Now I request Dr. R.S. Hiremat sir to welcome florally Dr. P.G. Jadar, Dean, Vice Principal of Kaher Shri B.M.K. Ayurved Mahavidyalaya. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Purnima Tukanatti, Assistant Professor, Department of Rashastra and Vaishajya Kalpana, to welcome Dr. R.S. Hiremat, HOD, Department of Rashastra Vaishajya Kalpana, with florally. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Rajeshwari Kamath, Professor, Department of Rashastra and Vaishajya Kalpana, to welcome resource person with floral greeting.
Vaidya Sankaran Nambutiri, Ayurveda clinician.
Dr. Skantesh Yel, School of Research, Ayu Emergency Project. Vaidya Akil Narayan, School of Finance and Communication, Ayu Emergency Project. Vaidya Abhimanyu Abhijit, Ayurveda final year student, 10th generation of reputed Vaidya lineage from Malabar School of Communication and Workshop. Anandu, writer, director, School of Media and Documentation Assistant, Ayu Emergency Project. Dr. Prasanna, medical officer, administration, Swastha Ayurveda, hospital and social society. Dr. Pradhish Krishna, media and social, School of Media and Documentation, Ayu Emergency Project. Thank you, ma'am.
Asatomo Sadgamaya, Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya, Vidyomam Amrutam Gamaya. To officially inaugurate Ayu Emergency Yatra, I kindly request all the dignitaries over the dais to come forward to light the lamp as a sign of prosperity, knowledge, and power.
शुभं कुरु कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जन दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जन दीपो तन्त्रादीपनमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
Thank you, all dignitaries. I now request Dr. R.S. Hiramat, Professor and Head Department of Rashastra and Vaishajya Kalpana, to present the theme of RSBK department on the eve of Silver Jubilee celebration.
Morning to all. Respected dignitaries on the dais, and my dear colleagues, as well as the delegates in hybrid mode. It's a great, immense pleasure for me as a part of the first batch of PG alumni, as well as the HOD Department of Rashastra and Vaishajya Kalpana. On this occasion, I wanted to introduce regarding the journey of 25 years of my department. The Department of Rashastra and Vaishajya Kalpana, established in the year 1998, is one of the oldest postgraduate departments of the Kahir Sri B.M. Kankanwadi Ayurveda Mahavidyalaya, with a legacy of over 100 scholars in Ayurvedic pharmaceutics. The department is committed to processing traditional formulations according to classical principles while incorporating technological advancements and developing new dosage forms to meet the consumer need. The department holds a unique position in India as the only postgraduate department with the highest intake capacity of 11 scholars each academic year. The department is also devoted to research in upcoming thirst areas such as standardization of mineral raw drugs, pharmaceutical and analytical studies of the classical formulations, antimicrobial studies, experimental the research,
So like that in various domains connected with the Department of Rashastra and Vaishya Kalpana, and in all the domains, the research works has been taken care of. And at the same time, the folklore medicine, the non-codifying, the dosage pumps are also being taken for the research, including the latest technologies like bioinformatics and green synthesis of nanoparticles. The department strives to bridge the knowledge gaps in the fields of Rashastra as well as Vaishya Kalpana. The department stand out for its collaboration with the esteemed bodies such as the Department of Geology at GSS Science College and the Department of Pharmaceutics at Cayley's College of Pharmacy. Among others, even we are planning to collaborate with the Department of Oceanology. These collaborations provide valuable exposure and linkage to fields related to Rashastra and Vaishya Kalpana, facilitating the high quality research and advancements of Ayurvedic pharmaceutics on the global scale. The Department of Research, the department also offers research consultancy services including drug preparation, identification and authentication of mineral products and product development for Keli Ayurveda Pharmacy. Over the years, the department has given birth to several stalwarts in the field of Ayurveda, including successful entrepreneurs, academicians, researchers, and the practitioners. With its unwavering vision to establish Ayurvedic pharmaceutics as the heart of Ayurveda future, the Department of RSBK and Sri BMK Ayurveda Mahavidyalaya undoubtedly offers immense scope for the future of Ayurveda pharmaceutics. With this brief introduction and regarding the Silver Jubilee, the activities in future, we are planning to conduct various workshops in the identified the colleges regarding the development of the novel dosage pumps. At the same time, the nurturing with the by conducting various webinars in the identified the areas where we are not supposed to reach or need to inculcate various technologies in the field. With this, I thank the organizer as well as the stalwarts and the journey of Ayurveda Emergency Yatra, all the resource persons. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now request our today's chief guest to release the Silver Jubilee logo of Department of Rashastra and Vaishya Kalpana. Now there will be a short video clip regarding Rashastra Vaishya Kalpana department, its goals and success stories of alumni.
I am Dr. Gaurav Desai from Goa. I'm an associate professor at Gomantak Ayurved Mahavidyalaya and Research Center in Shiroda and also the founder and chief consultant of Dr. Desai's clinic, having two clinics, one in Madgaon and the other one in Panjim. I'm practicing for the last 12 years in India in my clinics, as well as I frequently travel abroad to consult and conduct lectures and workshops. It gives me immense pleasure and I heartily congratulate the Department of Rasashastra and Bhaishajya Kalpana at Kaher's Shri B.M. Kankanwadi Ayurved Mahavidyalaya. I was fortunate enough to be a part of this department from 2008 to 2011, where I completed my masters in Rasashastra. The department has progressed in leaps and bounds over the years with excellent infrastructure and absolutely top-notch faculty members who completely understand the needs of the student and they facilitate the development of every individual who's a part of the department. I'm really proud that I am an alumnus of that prestigious department in that awesome college. Thank you very much.
Namaskar, I am Dr. M.S. Murwale, Principal Santa Gajanan Maharaj, Ayurved Medical College, Mahagaon, Bedingres. Shri BMK Ayurved Medical College is my mother institute, where I am completed my UG and PG in Rasashastra and Bhaishajya Kalpana. And it's proud moment for me that my department has completed 25 years and celebrating Silver Jubilee this year. Almost every student have a few teachers whom they look up to as their inspirations and role models. And my role models are Honorable Dr. Jadar sir and R.S. Hiremed sir. While pursuing PG, they have guided me very nicely. What I am today is because of teachers and my college. Qualities like confidence, sincerity, discipline implemented here have helped in becoming a able principal. Of course, I can't forget to thank my college and colleagues and entire Rasashastra and Bhaishajya Kalpana department and Honorable Principal Dr. Shetty sir. Best wishes for future and still many more to come as we aim to complete century. Thank you very much.
Myself, Dr. Samir Kamble, completed my PG in Rasashastra in Kankanwadi Ayurvedic Medical College in 2011. So now I am practicing in Navi Mumbai. Also, I am having pharmacy setup in MIDC. So whatever I work in KLE pharmacy, also in departmental work in like 3 years, are really helpful for me in my practice.
Hello everyone, myself Dr. Srinivas Patil. I am a CEO of Progen Research Lab, which is an Ayurvedic manufacturing company based in Belgaum. I have passed my BMS from our beloved prestigious institute Shri BM Kankanwadi Ayurved Mahavidyalaya, and I have finished my post-graduation in Rasashastra and Bhaishajya Kalpana in 2005. In 2007, I have started my company and we have now 22 products in the market. We are spread across 7 states of India and we are also exporting in some countries. This small little achievement of mine has a great contribution from my mother institute, especially Department of Rasashastra and Bhaishajya Kalpana, where a seed of starting a manufacturing company was sowed in me and I could achieve this success, and day by day we are growing. Me, like there are many students from the Department of Rasashastra achieved some goals in their career and they are doing their best in their fields. It's my pleasure to share that I have served my institute as a teacher in Department of Rasashastra itself for 7 years, and I could get much knowledge about not only teaching, learned many things about administration, and that was like something like boosting to my ability to achieve this success. I would like to congratulate Department of Rasashastra and Bhaishajya Kalpana to enter in the Silver Jubilee year, and this year our institute and Department of Rasashastra is celebrating Silver Jubilee. I would like to congratulate my all staff members, those who have taken pain to achieve this level of success for the department. And I wish all the best for the future ventures. Keep it up. Jai Ayurved, Jai BM Kankanwadi Ayurved.
हेलो एवरीवन, मैं डॉक्टर साक्षी हूँ, MD/RSPK. करंटली आई एम वर्किंग एज मेडिकल ऑफिसर इन ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ आयुर्वेदा न्यू दिल्ली. सबसे पहले तो मैं कंग्रेचुलेट करना चाहूँगी सबको सिल्वर जुबली के इवेंट के लिए, और आई होप एंड आई विश अ ग्रेट सक्सेस फॉर द वर्कशॉप आयुर इमरजेंसी यात्रा. एंड मैंने डिपार्टमेंट में 3 साल बिताए हैं. इन 3 सालों में मेरे अंदर एकेडमिकली, सोशली, पर्सनली मैंने बहुत ग्रोथ महसूस की है. और चाहे वो आयुर्वेदिक कंसेप्ट्स हों, थ्योरी हो, प्रैक्टिकल हो, फार्मास्यूटिकल एडवांसमेंट्स हों, कंटेम्प्रेरी फार्मास्यूटिकल साइंसेस हों. वैसे मेरा कोविड बैच था, पर हमें लगा नहीं कि ये हमारा कोविड बैच है, क्योंकि हम लॉकडाउन अच्छे से एंजॉय नहीं कर पाए, क्योंकि एकेडमिकल पार्ट, डिजिटेशन, ये सब बिना रुके चल रहा था. फैकल्टी लॉकडाउन में भी इतने एफर्ट्स डाल रहे थे कि हैट्स ऑफ टू देम. वो लोग लॉकडाउन के दौरान भी अपने घरों से आते थे रोटेशन में. देवर टाइम टेबल फॉर देम एंड दे took everything so smoothly that we never felt that lockdown was there. एज ए पर्सन मैं ये बोलना चाहूँगी कि मैंने वहाँ रह के बहुत ग्रो किया है. एंड आई थैंक RS हिरेमत सर, PG जाडर सर, राजेश्वरी V कामत मैम, गीता गडाद मैम, वीना कुपाटी मैम, पूर्णिमा मैम, एंड अवर सुपर वुमेन उमा मौशी. ऑफ कोर्स उनके बिना भी डिपार्टमेंट अधूरा लगता है. एंड माई बैचमेट्स एंड माई लवली जूनियर्स for all the support and your blessings that now I am here. Thank you all. I miss you all. Thank you.
Namaste everyone. Greetings and blessings from Shri Dr. Shivananda Bharati Mahaswamiji, Sri Shivayogeshwara Sadhu Samsthana Matta, Inchal. I, Dr. Mahantesh B. Rudrapri, completed my post-graduation in Rasashastra and Bhaishya Kalpana from esteemed institute Sri BM Kankanwadi Ayurved Mahavidyalaya, Belagavi in 2005. Presently, I am working as professor and HOD in the department of Rasashastra and Bhaishya Kalpana, and also I am working as Deputy Superintendent of Teaching Pharmacy in Sri Shivayogeshwara Rural Ayurveda Medical College and Postgraduate Research Center, Inchal, Belagavi. I was being the postgraduate student of Sri BM Kankanwadi Ayurved Mahavidyalaya, I feel very privileged and honored to share that I have completed 18 years of my academic career, in which I have guided 9 postgraduate students, and I have written 2 books on Rasashastra, out of which one is published from esteemed Chaukamba Prakashan, New Delhi, and I have been worked as a Board of Studies member from Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences for the period of 3 years from 2018 to 2020. Since past many years, I am giving TV programs in Digvijaya TV in Sanskriti program to create awareness on Ayurveda among the public. On the occasion of Silver Jubilee function of our Silver Jubilee celebration of Postgraduate Department of Rasashastra and Bhaishya Kalpana, Sri BM Kankanwadi Ayurved Mahavidyalaya, I congratulate all the staff members and all the responsible people, whoever so concerned, and also I feel very proud to be a part of such a great event. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. KLE BMK never steps back to organize any event. So one more major event to be organized in the institution this year, that is Janani 2023, a national symposium on interdisciplinary approach to antenatal care by the Department of Prasuti Tantra and Stri Roga. I now request Dr. Girija Sanikop, Professor, HOD, Department of Prasuti Tantra and Stri Roga, to give a brief about this symposium and release the flyer.
A very good morning to everyone present. At the outset, I congratulate the entire department of Rasashastra and Bhaishya Kalpana for having been attained 25 years of academic excellence. and Janani, right? Janani 2023. It's a national symposium comprising of interdisciplinary approach to antenatal care. This very conference is being conceived with the present day needs. As we are witnessing nowadays, there is no normal course of pregnancy, and every pregnancy is taking a different turn. We may be witnessing many metabolic disorders. We are witnessing many changes related to the fetal positions, and fetal position which has to take a turn at full term, it is not turning up. There are n number of reasons why this is taking place. And also beyond the due date also, the normal onset of labor is not taking place. Right. So this could be the reason owing to the many lifestyle changes, dietary habits, or any other reasons why ladies are ending up with many increased rates of C-section. So this is a basic thing where we thought of having a conference which will be comprising many interdisciplinary approaches. Hence, this Janani conference is going to comprehend many disciplines like conventional therapies and Ayurveda and dietary resources which have been explained in Ayurveda, physiotherapy, color therapy, and many more to come. So this is all about Janani 2023, where we all will be comprehending these all interdisciplinary sciences. But this is all about the Janani 2023. Thank you. I request the faculty to join for the release.
Thank you, ma'am. I now invite today's chief guest, Dr. Mail Vogel, to address the gathering.
Dear Hall, dear faculty and director, dean of KLE Ayurveda College. We are very happy to be here. We would like to start collaboration with such great institution. So I think we are on the way, and I would like to I don't know, to have your support to continue this yatra, because it is a little hectic. We have no stop in between. So all your prayer and support will be welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I now request today's President, Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty, Principal, Kahir Shri B.M. Kankanwadi Ayurved Mahavidyalaya, to deliver the presidential remarks.
A very good morning to all of you. Warm greetings from KLE Academy of Higher Education and Research and KLE's Shri B.M. Kankanwadi Ayurveda Mahavidyalaya, Belagavi. At the outset, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to you all on behalf of the KLE family for this very unique and innovative project been initiated by the Ayu Emergency Yatra team. We're very happy to join the hands and host this event as a part of the Silver Jubilee celebration of our institution's post-graduation studies in Russia's and Vaishnaja Kalpanas. This Emergency Yatra is a novel innovation and innovative event which has been taken up by this team, where they're probably trying to sensitize the students and practitioners that yes, Ayurveda can definitely offer a great contribution in the area of emergency medicines too. Because when it comes to any healthcare, it is not just limited to the care related with the general care of the physical and the mental care, but how quickly you act or how quickly you are trained to act at the emergency conditions becomes very, very vital for not only the common man, but also the scientists and researchers of all the disciplines. So that is where probably this particular initiative is very, very vital, because having the ecosystem of being sensitized of a part of Ayurvedic approach towards management of emergency conditions, and not only the Ayurvedic approach, but the basic emergency care and life support, and how well we are trained in these areas are very, very vital. So apart from being additional training, I think if it could become a part of our curriculum and also become a part of training and being certified by the experts undergoing 4 or 5 days of the hands-on training, I think this will be a great skill that will be added to all of us, because most of the doctors, especially the Ayurvedic doctors, work in sometimes remote areas where they do not have the accessibility to the emergency care. And having such knowledge or the skills becomes very incredibly vital, so that they can definitely contribute at that particular key time. Because sometimes most of the condition, like whether it is cardiac or stroke or any emergencies, that particular period of time, how well you give the first aid and how we are able to ambulate and transfer the patients to the facilities becomes very, very vital. So this is a great initiative. We, on behalf of the institution, we congratulate the entire team for putting so much of efforts in totally coming out as a yatra. You know, and that's what, as you was rightly mentioned, it's a Ayurveda Jodo Yatra. Definitely, it will contribute, and it will be will if it is represented as a team to the Ministry of Ayush and NCISM, definitely it will make a great impact for the upcoming students. I really appreciate the entire team and thank for giving us opportunity to host you. Thank you very much. I also congratulate the Department of Rashastra and Vaishnaja Kalpana, which happens to be one of the oldest post-graduation department of our institution, and having this great moment of celebrating 25 glorious years of education, healthcare services, and research, especially in the area of Ayurvedic pharmaceutics. Apart from training in the traditional way, there has been a lot of advancement, technological advancement, which the department has shown by different new innovative methods, maybe in different aspects of Rashastra, Vaishnaja Kalpanas. And they're also in the process of coming out with new products, new formulations, and also in the process of patenting few of them. It's a very noble gesture. I congratulate the entire team led by Dr. R.S. Hiramat, supported by all the senior faculties and the students of this particular unit. And what was very happy moment for head of the institution is to see the alumni of this department being very successful and making a mark in the society. And that was always any institution will is proud of their products. And the products are always the brand ambassadors of any institutions. And it's a very momentous time for an institution to see that many of the alumni, I think as was mentioned by Dr. Hiramat, more than 100 alumni have gone and they really established their own set in the society, establishing few of them in the education, training, pharmacy, and many of them have even set up their own pharmacy. It's a great thing. And that is what the institution feels proud about. We are very thankful to all the alumni who have joined their hands and supported this event. And we have many events coming up as a part of the Silver Jubilee celebration. It is just a logo that we have released today. There will be many innovative activities, workshops, symposium, which will be upcoming as a part of the Silver Jubilee celebrations. So once again, we would like to invite all the alumni, all the stakeholders of the Department of Rashastra to kindly join us in this big celebration of the glorious 25 years. And I could see a very nice logo also being made by the department. I appreciate all the students and faculties who have come out with a very nice logo to depict the 25 years of the department. At the same time, as you all know, the department every year conducts various conferences, symposium with a very unique way. So whenever a KLE or BMK conducts any program, always there'll be some kind of innovative things that is always there. And similarly, I'm very happy to announce the Department of Prasuti Tantra and Striroga are coming up with Janini 2023, a national symposium on multidisciplinary approach towards antenatal care. And as you all know that the pregnancy and the motherhood is a very special moment for all the person, not only the woman, but the entire family. And that's where such approach and the newer scientific perspective is very, very appreciable. I really appreciate and congratulate the Department of the Prasuti Tantra led by Dr. Girija Sanikov, the entire faculty for conceptualizing this particular symposium. I invite all the faculties, postgraduate students from the entire country, in fact, the entire globe. Now, things is very small with this hybrid mode. The entire globe to kindly join us and please come here and enjoy the hospitality of KLE family. So that we'll be very happy to organize this on 8th and 9th of September 2023 at the KLE Centenary Hall of JNMC campus of our university. We're always thankful to Honorable Chancellor Sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, and the Register for always supporting us. And it's a great moment that our Honorable Chancellor is celebrating his 76th birthday in a couple of days, and his support has been immense for all the institution, and especially he always has a soft corner and special concern for Ayurvedic institution. We're always grateful to him, and we am sure that this team is going to definitely create a great impact in the Ayurvedic journey to come. So once again, I think this is a great initiative which we have, and very nice to see all the faculty, students, and more than 800 to 1,000 people joining online. It signifies how popular this department is, this program is, and I'm sure when all of them join together, we can definitely make a great big impact. So I'm thankful to each one of you for joining, and I'm wishing this program a grand success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your motivational words. We have almost come to the end of the inaugural ceremony of Ayu Emergency Yathra. I now request Dr. Rajeshwari Kamath, Professor, Department of Rashastra and Vaisajya Kalpana, to give away the vote of thanks.
Good morning to all. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed participants, today we have come to the end of this inaugural ceremony. I take this opportunity and stand before you to deliver vote of thanks. First of all, I would like to express our heartfelt appreciation to the team Ayu Emergency Yathra. They have selected our institution and they have given chance for us to host this institution, this event. And also we could able to release our logo for this 25th silver celebration, silver year celebration. And also I would like to thank our principal, vice principal, our HOD, and my colleagues and PG and UG volunteers who have worked very hard to make this event happen. We extend our deepest gratitude to today's speakers, Dr. Mikhail, Dr. Akhil, Dr. Sankaran, Dr. Abhimanyu Abhijit, Dr. Prasanna, and other resource persons from Ayu Emergency Yatra. And also I would like to thank the founder of Ayu Emergency Yatra team and also the resource persons of this team. I would like to express our gratitude to the venue staff, all the service providers who have tirelessly worked to make this function smoothly. And furthermore, I would like to thank all my fellow faculty members, participants who are online and offline, and also your presence has given grace to this event. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. I thank all the dignitaries and staff members, PG scholars, and all the resource persons to making this inaugural function successful. And I request all the staff and students to have tea break and gather back to hall in 15 minutes for workshop 2, which gives brief introduction on module of AECL training program. Thank you.
I request Rashastra and Besaja Kalpana PG scholars to assemble near the stage. All the PG scholars of Rashastra department, please come fast.
Hello.
Hello. Sorry for the delay. We have some technical issue, but it will work. Before going back to the mock drill, we would like to introduce the reason of this project. So a little video in the memory of Krishna Kumarji. He only suggests this project. Thank you. Can we have 4 volunteers to come and help me on the stage to see what can we do in such a situation we experience during the tea break? Please, 4 people. One in here, one here, one here, please. Thank you. Yes. Thanks. Applaud. Okay, and we would like to balance the gender, please. Come, we will do together. There is no stress. No, the stress was before. Thank you. Please come. In emergency, we only can have results if we work in team. So we are a team here. Can someone express what happened outside? Just some description, simple description. What did you see from your place? Maybe you were very far, you saw nothing, probably, but just express. One after other, we will see how we can recollect the story.
I was standing at the back and I was not able to see what was happening, but I could only see that a lot of people are being gathered at a place and something emergency is taking place. And when I came there, that time I came to know by the crowd, which was the crowd told me that somebody has fallen down and its emergency is Krishna sir. So by that I came to know that something is happening.
Did you hear something from far?
No, I didn't hear anything.
You are in the same place or yes?
We're in the same place. Same incidents.
So I was a bit near to sir. So I heard that he shouted and collapsed suddenly. No, I didn't shout, but I heard he shouted. No, I heard he was shouting.
I was standing very near to sir when he fell down. So the first thing that I heard was a sound that it came and he suddenly fell. So while falling down also I heard a sound. So
And after that, for you, what's happened? Now in physiology, in pathology, well, even in Ayurveda. What can you say about what was happening at that time?
Maybe he collapsed due to dehydration or something, I felt. Due to dehydration or due to giddiness or something like that.
Could be MI. It could be MI, myocardial infarction.
Okay.
It could be due to his previous history of his illness.
Like first we need to see how what state of condition the person is, whether the person is unconscious or whether he is having some signs of convulsions or anything. But in this patient, he was unconscious and he was not having any signs of convulsions or anything. He just fell down suddenly.
Something else to add from your side? No? Did you observe something else than this? No? Someone observed something on the breath? Ventilation, it was normal, not normal, no breath? No, no one observed it? Okay, it's not easy when there is crowded and when we are not close. So many diagnoses can give this situation. Aortic dissection, MI, only dilatation, low blood pressure, many. But in emergency, we don't care much in allopathy about the diagnosis at that stage. We want to know it's a vital emergency or not. So how we can assess it's a vital emergency in this case? One, you say it is unconscious. Right. Everyone okay? It was unconscious. Then what we try to know about his situation? What are the criteria, the sign we want to know to see if it's a severe case, vital case or not?
Breathlessness.
We need to check the pulse.
Yes. The two other signs, pulse and ventilation. Circulation, ventilation. How we can know? How we can do now? Is there? We would like to assess the first sign to be sure the consciousness, the circulation, and the ventilation.
So first we can check the breathing, whether the patient is breathing or not, or whether he is breathing slowly or fast. And then we have to check his pulse. And then if we have a stethoscope or just by palpating, we can check the heart sounds also.
Can you come and try to do? We are with you and we will guide. Okay. Okay.
Palpating. And after that, if the patient is not breathing properly or if there is something, then first we have to clear the airway. And then we have to initiate breathing by giving CPR.
Okay, we stop here. Now we are in the recognition of an emergency, vital emergency. You can add something and will you do the same thing? About the breath, the circulation, the consciousness, which order, how to assess it?
So first, when we come across any situation like this, first we have to bring the patient to a safe place.
Good, very good. Before taking time, we have to be sure we are safe, he is safe. Because maybe one electrical cable, no one saw, here one electrical cable, he fell down. Everyone comes and not one victim, 2, 3 victims. Okay, safe place, perfect. Then
We have to check whether his air circulation is clear.
circulation. Air circulation, yes. Okay.
Then we have to make him in a comfortable position, and then we have to check for vitals.
Okay. Before that, imagine you are alone somewhere, or 2-3 person, but it's in classroom. At the end, you are just you and him. What to do? You start to act on him, or you do something else?
We'll check for the response, whether the patient is
Okay.
giving any response to our verbal stimuli or
Okay.
anything.
Can we do something because we are alone? We call for help first from the beginning. Okay? If you are far, you call someone and you ask him to call ambulance or all possible help to come fast. Okay? Then we continue with the assessment of the three vitals. So first, circulation. How we can do the circulation here? Can come? Yes, excellent. Because sometimes we can not found the pulse, radial pulse. Carotid, it's better. If there is no pulse in carotid, we consider no pulse. Okay? So how we can check the carotid pulse? Not necessary to move. We can take.
Carotid pulse.
Yes.
And if it is not pulsating, then we can start with a CPR. Or
We will. It is one of the three arguments to start the CPR, circulation, the first one. We can come to the cricoid, middle line, with 3 fingers, and press and slide sidely to find the glenosteoidomastoidea here. In between, we can press. Sometimes the pulse, even here, can be feeble. So don't press too much. It is good to have some movement down, down, up to try to find a pulse. Okay? If it's not there, no pulse. Then we'll go to the airway to be sure there is no obstruction. So we look inside quickly. We can, if there is something, we can take it out. Then we check the breath. How we can check the breath? The ventilation, breath. Simply, there is different chest movement. Excellent. Chest movement, sometimes it's not so easy. If the light is not there. So we need 2 or 3 possibilities to cross-check. If the 3 possibilities are absent, no ventilation. First, we need to take out the cloth, because with the cloth, a little movement we cannot observe. So please, can remove. If it's not possible, you cut. He is maybe dying. We don't care about clothes. We have to be sharp in diagnosing and saying it is in cardiac arrest or not. So from here, how you can observe the movement, chest movement, more appropriate position, the more appropriate position for you, how you can really discriminate if the movement happen or not. Yes, exactly. So you can do it. Yes, exactly, like this. And not really looking at it, looking far. So you can just observe some movement. Okay, in the same time, we can use other sense to understand if there is ventilation or not. Which sense we can use? First, vision. Then
ears by hearing.
sound, excellent, by hearing. What do you hear? How? Yes, come. Excellent. Right. Yes, but here, no. Here, the sound is not so easy to have because there is the thorax. So if you are very close to the mouth and the nose, you will hear some sound in the throat, the saliva, like this. Very smooth. But with the ear, you come close, you will feel it. And the third one, it's with the touching the hair. There is hair coming out, or in the same time when you look, you can feel it. I know now it's COVID time, so not too close. We can put the hand, same, to feel it. But these three criteria can, in few seconds, say no ventilation. At the beginning, you try to wake up him, no response. No response, no pulse, no ventilation. These three criteria, in less than 10, 20 seconds, we can diagnose he is in cardiac arrest. Now, we have to do CPR. Okay? So, how to do CPR? Did you had training before, BLS or yes? All of you? No? 3 of you? Okay. How long back? It was this year, last year?
We had a training program for CPR and
CPR. Okay. It was
last year.
Last year. Okay. It was how long? One afternoon, one day?
1 day.
1 day. Okay, full day. Okay. So you can remember what you have got from this training, and we will try to do the CPR, and I will show you here. We cannot connect now. I will try to show here on the screen. There is a little application who show the movement, so the deepness of the CPR, the releasing of the pressure, the rhythm, and the position of the hand. So these 4 criteria, when you are doing, I will put this near you and you can see it. So you can correct all these parameters. Okay? Who want to start? Okay? You can come. So the good position is be very close to the body. We need the full body to give the weight press. Then first you have to measure to be in the center, really in the center of the sternum. Sorry. Yes. Take from the xiphoid to the manubrium, middle finger, and you put your thumb in the middle. Quickly, you look if the distance of the 2 finger right hand, 2 finger left hand are equal. You are in the middle. Here, you have to put the center of this part, not the center of the hand, where the vector from the radius comes, because here will be the full pressure. Full pressure has to be in the center of the sternum, not on the side, because ribs are there. So the full power has to be in this point. Yes. Yeah. And put. So the criteria for the position is position of the hands, the writing hand down, the other hand up, interlocked, then the arms straight and locked. We will see how to lock it. And the arm 90 degree, really. So the full body will give the power to press. We don't press with the arm. If not, after 20 seconds, we cannot do it. It's too difficult. And to lock the elbow, we have to do an external rotation, like this, to show the inside of the elbow in front of you. And now you can You will start. You can start. You can see here. Do it in the same time. You have to push until down it is white and up white. Like this is perfect. A little more speed. You know, you see the, yes. He has to be in, he has to come in the green part. Like this. A little more deep. Excellent. Continue, continue. 30 seconds we will do. You can continue. I will try to show to the screen. Not easy. You can see where there is the pump. No, cannot clear the image. No. Laptop is not connecting. Some technical. Yes. Oh. Okay. We can change because it is difficult. Come, one more. Can try. Position, everything, it was good. Can start and I will. Can do it, it will come. Here, you need to have a depression of 4 to 5 centimeters on an adult. So you can push much stronger. You can go. You see, you have to reach down. Now you are in the middle of the very strongly. You can lock like this and full body on it. Full body. Little more. Yes. Yes, the rhythm is good and the pressure can be a little more strong. Okay. So now you will reach 30 seconds. Okay, good rhythm, good position of the hand, but the depression can be a little more. Okay, we can exchange. You can try. So this mannequin is a little rigid. It is for the north of Europe where people are very tall and big weight. So we need a smaller mannequin here. Can push a little more. The elbow are locked, the hand interlocked, good position. You can go a little slower, but more deep. Yeah, a little more speed and more deep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like this, a little more deep. So just to show you, this is an application where you can train alone and auto-evaluate yourself and correct. In few training, even if there is a room where you have this mannequin, you can come after the class and train. In 5 minutes, if you do 5 minutes of this in different sequence, you will learn it and you will become expert in CPR. Usually we can connect this to the laptop and put it on the screen so everyone can see it and understand. At the beginning, a lot of correction has to happen, but even without teaching, without correcting himself, he or her can correct themselves and learn very, very quickly. You have to push much more. Yes, like this. You have to reach down. Yes. You have to enlighten the part, the down part, a little more. More. Yes, like this. Exact. Like this. The rhythm is good. The pressure and the release is good. Position of the hand good too. Okay, 30 seconds done. You can stop. So now we have done only 30 seconds. How is 30 seconds? How do you feel after 30 seconds of massage?
It was good. Like we should have put more pressure on the dummy, and there was a bit. Like our hands were becoming numb.
Difficult to press.
Yes.
Like to run or fight. It's like you run or you fight. You have to breathe continuously, like you do sports, because you have to success 2 minutes. If you are alone, we consider CPR only, no ventilation in between. I think we have to learn this first. First, CPR only. 2 minutes. Every 2 minutes, we can check the pulse and change with another person, because after 2 minutes, we are exhausted. We really have to pump strongly. You experience this, no? It's not so easy. We need the good position, then it's like a sport. It's like an exercise. The ventilation, we can see this, I think, later. If you are two rescuer, two doctor, one can take the CPR, the other one, the ventilation. Then you turn. If someone is nearby you and never did it, you ask him to come close to you and to see, and you teach him in the same time, because you cannot do this continuously. Okay? And until when you will do this massage, do you know?
Until the patient's vitals are stable so that we can shift.
Do you think he will always become stable? What can help him to become stable?
We can provide him good ventilation so that his vitals get stable.
In allopathy, now it's changed every 5 years with the recommendation. They decide to focus more on the circulation, because the goal it is to maintain the brain circulation. I think ventilation is important, like you say. It has to be done, but sometimes they say it's less important than the circulation. So just now the recommendation is to focus on the circulation. But what in allopathy, what can revive cardiac arrest? You know the treatment for reviving?
Adrenaline injection.
Adrenaline injection, epinephrine. Another
Atropine injection.
atropine injection. Other other suggestions? No? So this is treatment, pharmacological treatment. But now we don't have this. So maybe we can ask the ambulance to bring. So this, when you ask for help, please epinephrine and atropine, because some ambulance doesn't have any drug inside. But we are You are from Ayurveda. In the mind, do I have the right to use this drug? How I will do? In fact, even these treatments are not at all the treatment to revive cardiac arrest. It is to maintain or to give more susceptibility to revive, or to maintain when it's revived. But it will not revive by itself. We need something else. Someone has a guess in the protocol. Now we ask even in the airport, in the hospital, to have something accessible to everyone. And everyone can use it, not only doctors. You don't shock AED, automatic electric defibrillator. You know all this, no? The machine to shock. This is the treatment to revive cardiac arrest. So it is not pharmacologic. It is just a technology. And this technology, I understood a few years back that it is well described in Ayurveda. If there is a derangement of Vata or Prana, one of the treatment is Trashnam. So the AED only do this, big and strong Trashnam. And even they decide the voltage just by experimentation. There is no logic about we put 220, 250, 350. No, we just try it and it works sometime. So we have to ask this. Please, in the ambulance, I need AED. Then I need this. You can please open if you is possible. We need ambibag. Same ambibag. We need to be trained to have a good ventilation. It is not so easy. It is, for me, more difficult than the CPR. So an ambibag, if we have an ambibag, we need oxygen. So all this, to be sure you know the ambulance you call. If you are professional and you work somewhere, you have to know the ambulance you call. And if it's not decided before, at that time you ask exactly what you want. Few things: ambu, oxygen, defibrillator. Then when the ambulance comes, you can act and try to revive. After some times, this you will decide with the ambulance, maybe asking the driver to call a referent person to decide when we stop, because it will not revive all time. But with this manipulation, you have more chance to success. So good. So the mask, the balloon, the valve, then something very important, most of the time we forgot. Because if we use like this, there is no oxygen added, only air. 20% of oxygen will come to the mouth. What we need to add? It is there. We need. We don't have the ambu, the bottle of oxygen, but here we connect this here very strongly. This to the oxygen. So oxygen will come. But there is a difference. If I put only this, I will have 60% of oxygen. If I use this, it is just a reserve. This has to be filled at the beginning, like a balloon. Inside, it will be only pure oxygen. And when I connect this here, the mix inside will be 80% to 100%. So this will help a lot. It will bring a lot of oxygen. If I don't put this, only 60%. So if I put, when I do the CPR, only 2 ventilation. It has to be efficient. So I put 2, and if I have almost 100%, more chance. Perfect. So this is the ambu part, and this training, it's only basics of modern and international guideline. For me, it is not so important. It is very important to know it and to act and to try to stabilize the patient and to transfer in good condition to revive. Very nice, very good, very important. But the second part will be what you can bring from Ayurveda. The treatment part, maybe a lot of things. When you see the situation, you can come back and think about it. What are all the lakshanas? From the lakshanas, which type of samprapti? From this, where in my books I can find it and see if there is chikitsa available in this type of situation. This is extreme situation, cardiac arrest. We take this to just show you what is possible. And to manage the cardiac arrest, it is not very difficult. CAB, 3 letters. In Shastras, many more possibilities and different situations, much more difficult to grasp. So if you have questions, the other eight emergency situation, I'm sure you will have much more suggestion from the Ayurveda part, from your science, to see, oh, in fact, in this syllabus, Ayurveda can help a lot. Ayurveda can act a lot. Just we have to rebuild it, to find the reference, to find the Vedya who have experience in it, collect all this knowledge, and rebuild this training in Ayurveda. It's okay? Yeah? I think I will have some slide to show. If we have time in the afternoon, if some want to try, we can. It will be there. Thank you. So to develop this field of emergency in Ayurveda, we think it's important to have a door to open. If we open this door of ECLS and bring this in the syllabus of BAMS, you will be part of the rescue chain. No one can argue on it. After? No, sorry, before. Yes. Then, like we talked about this yesterday, it will be great if we can cooperate and do our maximum to have a training center soon with many trainers from this assembly. You become provider in 4 days, then you add 6 days in the same time or 1 or 2 months after, and you become trainer. And when you have the training of trainer, directly you train the new batch. So it's in real, always practical. Then we will have this foundation to develop the Ayurvedic response. the Ayurvedic response, we try now with the Yatra to have contact, referent institutions, experts in Ayurveda who can guide this team to have the best answer. In our team, we have Brahmadata Nambudiri. He is the pillar to know where to find references in emergency. The next step is to create the Ayu emergency training. If we can do it fully with Ayurveda, maybe a dream will become real. But even with we have some place we cannot, it will be a cooperative, an integrative training where we know Ayurveda can do things, we do it, and in some cases we need to apply the international recommendation. Then when we develop this training, we will develop in each field, in each disease, guidelines, Ayurvedic guidelines. And we can discuss and exchange with ICU team, emergency team, how we can validate it, how we can do research on it. Because we need to access this patient. We need to work with them in ICU, and they are ready. And here, I would like to know, how is the relation with the medical field, the allopathic doctors in ICU here in emergency? Do you have, are you exposed to the practice of emergency medicine as observer at the beginning? And you can go and do all the physical examination, try to observe Arishta Lakshana, try to observe all the other signs and think about, okay, this is the diagnosis in allopathy, but I will not stay with it. I need to come back to my science. So in my Shastra, where I can see this patient, where I can understand the mechanism in Ayurveda with Tridosha, Dhatus. You can put. So I know there is a lot of PG here. Yesterday we had an interaction. The subject is the same. This self-decolonization means in the scientific world now, most of the time, what is predominant is what comes from UK, US, Europe, the Western vision of the science, the Western vision of the medical science. You have a complete other vision and a great ecosystem. The problem I observed, you try to demonstrate your science with some tools not adapted to your science. It is very, very difficult. So how to recollect the tools you need, we call it epistemology, the ecosystem of science, where everything is already developed, everything is already explained. You just have to make the link and to say, from this knowledge, I go to Ayurveda. You want to understand, you want to go deep, I come back to Jnana, I go back to Sankhya, I go back to... But for this, you need to be expert in this science or to work with some people who are expert in it. It's like some medical doctor want to describe a process in biochemistry, in anatomy, in physiology. Sometimes they are limited. They go to see professional in this domain. I think you need to be linked with professional in Indian knowledge system, Indian knowledge, Vedas, Sankhya, Jnana, all this. You will feel strong. Ayurveda is difficult to explain it with biochemistry. It's difficult to do a clinical trials where we think, oh, every patient has to be standardized. No, it's totally against your philosophy. So we need to create this type of thinking, saying, okay, I will take what today is in the science world, but if it's matching with my science, if not, I have to find one alternative way. So it was this, the evidence-based medicine. Even in allopathy now, we say it is not the perfect model. We cannot study everything with this vision. And you need to be proud of Ayurveda and to say, oh, it is complete. We have everything from our side. We have to update it in today's life, but not taking from another science. It is like trying to understand Canada with Tamil grammar. Difficult. And develop all this ecosystem to reappropriate this knowledge and to start to explain everything from this. After, you can explain in English, you can explain in biochemistry, in biophysics, but it is totally different. You keep your thought process. Then you will decide if you want to integrate different knowledge or cooperate with different actors. In this cooperation, one question was how to be sure the two parts will be safe. No conflict, or someone to regulate conflict, no violence, no domination, hierarchy. Because most of the time when integration happens, the modern medicine say, yes, you can come, but not now. Now we do our treatment, don't interfere. You can come after. This is not a healthy cooperation. Cooperation has to be like a tumor board, where everyone express the possibility he has with his science for the patient. Then we understand how we can create a symbiotic management. Everyone act at one point, the best one for the patient. I recommend you to read this article from Sujata Mam, sociologist in New Delhi. What could integrative medicine mean? To see the danger of integration too, to be prudent, and to really realize I go in a field, but I need always to be safe. What I have to do to stay safe. And I think to do some thesis only on the biochemistry profile of treatment of Dravya, it is giving everything to the other field. Means they will use your knowledge for them, but Ayurveda will not have benefit of your work. Try to find subject where the output directly is beneficial to the patient or to the Ayurveda community, the science. Thank you.
Do anybody have any doubts or any suggestions to put forth? If you have any doubts regarding the previous sessions of toxicology, you can put forth your questions now. We can have a panel discussion. Yeah. Akhil? Do you have any suggestions where we can integrate or implement our Ayurvedic emergency care? Because as far we had a discussion with Manipal University, the modern allopathic hospital, there they were willing to open a unit for Ayurvedic emergency care in the streams of myocardial infarction, stroke, orthopedics, toxicology, and so on. So do you have any suggestions where we can actually integrate along with the allied sciences we have?
Good morning, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, one doubt is there. If there is any pregnant woman, if she collapsed, then what are the do's and don'ts?
We have to look for the reasons why she collapsed.
Yes, ma'am, CPR.
For the
See-
myocardial purpose that she collapsed, we have to look upon the gestational age. And we do have so many Ayurvedic interventions that we can do. But for the further doubts, I may call upon Mail Vakeli, sir.
Hello? Yes. Always the same answer. If it is really a cardiac arrest, the mother is dying. So if we do nothing, if we are in a multi-specialty hospital, we can do many things. But if you are on the road, in a house, alone, no choice. You have to do the CPR. And depend on the month of the pregnancy, but you need to do the chest pressure, compression, and no difference.
Okay, sir, because in Ayurveda it is told that if any pregnant woman is collapsing, so we have to do cesarean on that point. So what we will means, what is the procedure to revive that? Do we focus totally same it will be?
Sure, if you know how to do a cesarean, it is to save the children and depend at which month. If it's 4 or 5 months of pregnancy, how will you revive the... So the best way is to transfer it rapidly. So same procedure, calling help, ambulance, doing the CPR, and even transferring, doing the CPR in the ambulance until the next hospital where cesarean can be done. This is the transfer safely and the more fast possible. But the technique and the priority are same. The only thing is we have 2 persons to try to revive. One is dying, the other one has a little more time, but not much. So no special recommendation on it. In Ayurveda, I don't know if Ramanathan, you can have a word on it.
Yes, again, we think about emergency conditions. What should be the first goal? First, we have to protect the person. Mata should be the first person. She should be protected. So any treatment which is not should not be done for Garbhani, Bala, Vridha and everything. It's just like Samanya Vithi. And there is Anuvada is also. In Atteika condition, we have to do some other things. Sometimes there will be some problems, but we will recorrect it later. But without doing anything, she is going to die. Then nothing going to happen. So first thing is that to keep her alive is the first thing, and it is not against to any any yukti of our Ayurveda.
Okay, sir.
To my knowledge, sorry.
One suggestion. Can we inculcate Vidya Karma and Agni Karma in this training as a Ayurvedic emergency practice?
Yeah, definitely we do. But almost all of the hospitals might be training in the Shalitantra department about Agni Karma, all this Rakta Mokshana Vidhi Prakara, everything. That's why we didn't actually put it on in the first attempt, but we can inculcate. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Do you have any other suggestions?
Good morning, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah.
My question is to Abhimanyu Abhijit. There were some formulations, Rasaushadis, which were used in emergency condition. I just wanted to know like how it was administered to the patients and what was the dosage.
Can I have Abhimanyu? Yeah.
Please, can you repeat the question?
Okay. So during your presentation, you showed many of the Rasaushadis which are used in emergency condition like chardi, diarrhea, and many more conditions. I wanted to know like what is the method of administration to the patient and what is the duration of that treatment, then how we have to administer. Yeah, Haratala plus Manashila, and there was one HGS Hingula, and you have that kit. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am, for this question. So basically, this Matra Kalpas is for just the emergency. So first thing is what I told was that Prana, Chitta, Ojas, we have to stabilize that. We have to give it suddenly. Otherwise, the person is going to shut down. The Srodhas, the Hriday Srodhas is going to shut down. So we'll give that Kalpa so that the Prana and Ojas reaches everywhere. Then we can use other medicines to just manage it. So this is the emergency, just like in an acute condition in modern situation, we'll give EpiPen, like epinephrine. It's just for the instant you get vitalize it. So the person is alive. Then you give other medicines. So just like this, we give this medicine on that instant only. So the administering part, it is like you have to rub it in a stone, just like in a pottery. So after this, with a suitable Anupala, give it sublingually. So that's a mode of administration. It depends. For Chaile Matra, to act on it, it takes about 9 rounds and all sometime. It also depends on the situation it is. Maybe if it is very much severe, you may have to increase the rounds. So basically what like standardization, what I've heard, what Ayu was taught was that approximately it will be 1 mg, 1 round. So it also depends on the pressure also. So basically it's like that. So depending on the condition, we have to give it according to that. Okay, about the preparation part. So first, the Shodhana is done of both everything, whatever it is. The Kattakalpas, it's just to, so basically you have to do Shodhana of these drugs which you are doing. Then there is a special preparation called Jainir. So in Siddha system, there's something called Jainir and Dravaga. So Jainir, what it does is that when you heat or melt these minerals, it sublimates. So yes, special method of preparation. So it sublimates. So we have to we should avoid this sublimate. So Jainir is added to this. Jainir is a special kind of preparation in Siddha system. So Jainir, there are many types of Jainir also. Lots of type of Jainir. We have to add those Jainir into this mixture. Then only it does not sublimate. Then we'll heat it and remodel into any shape that we want. That is a mode of.
For the protocol of the, in case of pregnancy, I would like to add only two little variation who were studied in 2010. We can push the belly on the left side to try to not compress the aortic arteries. And the electric shock, we have to put it preferentially front, back, not on the side. The only variation, but it has not a high level of proof. It is a recommendation.
Thank you, both the doctors. And Dr. Abhimanyu, can you just brief a little bit about Anupana that doctors can carry along with them? Anupanas, the suitable Anupanas.
The Anupanas can be done according to whatever it is, just like potentiating that medicine what you're giving. So in a Kasa Shwasa case, you can give it with Dashmula Karitra and Kashayam. Whatever Kashayam, if you can give, it can be, it adds, it potentifies it. So basically Haritalam plus this, Hingulam, and that is basically for the pneumonia, chest related part, respiratory part, mostly chest related part and all. It causes Srodo, it breaks the Srodo Roda mainly. If you give the Panchaloha, it contains Swarna. So it will be a little more Ojasya. It depends on the kalpas that you are using. Navapashana has little more Tikshna things. So it can revive so much faster also. So you can give, like I told you about Jiragarishta along with that Navapashana which was given. So Jiragarishta can be given otherwise also. But in this situation, if you give Jiragarishta along with this thing, it acts very fast. So it increases the Sukshmata level and it can increase that. According to that condition, you can give the suitable Anupanas.
For example, if we want to buy, from where we have to buy this? And we have to follow the Siddha, whatever Siddha medicine. Is there any procedure explained about the preparation of these?
Yes, unfortunately, it is being done by only by traditional Vaidyas. There is not in my knowledge, there is no much pharmacy producing this Kattakalpas. But this reference can be seen in Bogar 7000 and many of the Siddha literature. So the knowledge is with the Siddha traditional Vaidyas who are actually practicing it. And it can be also be made by knowing and understanding it, it can be made. I can ask Dr. Rishi because he has been under a Siddha yogi for more than 3 years. So I think so he can explain more about it.
This is regarding the procurement of the medicines. So so there are particular pharmacies which are in fact preparing some of the medications, and what is available in Dudh Papeshwar as the Potali, Rasayanas and Parpatis are in fact a variation of Rasabandha Kalpas. So, but the only drawback being that these are little inferior because of the preparation methods. So what differs in the traditional Siddha method as opposed to the Ayurvedic Rasashastra method is that the Rasashastra methods follow more of a Samanya procedure of purification of Marana, Shodhana and Marana. Whereas in the Siddha method, if you were to do, say, 50 putas or to obtain a basma, in the Siddha method, they do 2 putas to obtain the same basma. The basmikarana occurs. The reason being that they understand what is the science. So basically, there is a lot of concepts which we do not come across in our Rasashastra, but which is the actual foundation of Rasashastra. For example, why do we use specific herbs for Marana and Shodhana? We don't know that. We just use it as it is. But we find these concepts mentioned in Siddha as Shatru Mitru, basically friend and enemy. And the same thing is also applied as Karam Saram. This we find it in the Panchabhautik Chikitsa and in that Sampradaya as Amlak Shara. So this in fact lays a foundation for understanding which is the anti or which is a counter drug or substance to do either Shodhana or Marana. So in the Siddha method, they understand the science and they pick the Divya Aushadhis. They didn't use the Samanya Aushadhis. They pick the Divya Aushadhis to do this Basmikarana or the Shodhana procedures. So instead of doing 100 putas, you get it within 2. So what we get in Dudh Papeshwar, you do get it. So these are available and these are the Potali and Rasa Parpeti Kalpas. But they are maybe around 50% less efficacious than what is prepared by the traditional Vaidyas. As for the traditional methods and these traditional preparations, there are few brands which are in fact trying to prepare it down south. And one is such as Ayurveda Rasayani. And there is also another company known as IMCOPS. So we do study about IMCOPS when we study Ayurveda Ityasa. So they are still going ahead with the preparation of these Basma Kalpas and the Potili Kalpas. But they call it as Kattu. So there is a little variation because there is an increase in the virya based upon the substance that they use for the Marana and Shodhana. So, but to get it easily available, I think Dudh Papeshwar is one option that's very famous.
Any other doubts or suggestions? In emergency conditions, you can use Kshira, Grida, Madhu, Ushnachala, Shidachala as anupanas for administering the medicines. Before we wind up, we'll be having a detailed session on biophysics in this afternoon. So you will be very much thorough with the principles, how all the emergency medicines would work on the emergency conditions, as you asked before, how the Agni Karma, Sira Vedana, etc. would work in emergency conditions. You'll be getting all your answers in that presentation. So in that note added on, we can actually take a break for the lunch and kindly do assemble at 1 p.m. in this hall. Oh, sorry, 2 p.m., sorry. So shall we take the break? Yeah, thank you.
Hello.
DK.
Namaste. I am Dr. Gaurav Desai from Goa. I'm
Good afternoon, crowd. Before all the doctors come in, do you want some sort of entertainment from our team? How many of you know Malayalam songs? Huh? Malayalam, Tamil, some South Indian songs. Tamil. We do have a singer with us, Dr. Shankaran Nambudiri. I invite Dr. Shankaran Nambudiri to entertain these doctors of KLE.
Hello, check.
Hello. மயக்கமா கலக்கமா குழப்பமா இருக்குதா இல்லையா இந்த டென்ஷன் எனக்குமா உள்ளடி நான் வாங்கிட்ட பல்பு லவ்ல எனக்கு எடுக்கல செல்பு என்ன சங்கதி புரியலையே இப்போ எங்கதி தெரியல கமா கலக்கமா மைண்டு ஃபுல்லா குழப்பமா இருக்குதா இல்லையா இந்த டென்ஷன் எனக்குமா வேற லைஃபில் நீரா பேரா என்னாலும் பார்க்கல நான் தான் எனக்கு நீதான பெஸ்ட் கடவுள் வச்சான டெஸ்டி டெஸ்டி பாசோவத்தை ஓவரா இதுதான் லவ் ஃபீவரா நான் என்ன பண்ணுவேன் நீயே ஈஸ்வரா என் நெஞ்சு பூந்துக்கிட்ட இப்போ நான் மாட்டிக்கிட்ட தேன்மொழி பூங்கொடி பாடி போச்சே ஏன் செடி வான்மதி பைங்கிளி ஆசை தீர வாட்டு நீ.
Good afternoon once again. We shall restart our afternoon session. We'll be having a talk on translation exploration into emergency care, crosstalk between biophysics and Ayurveda by our team doctor, Dr. Rishi Manivannan, who secured BAMS from Sri Sri Ayurveda and done PG in Chinese medicine, editorial assistant of Ancient Science of Life, founder of Vaidya Rishi Medico Social and Knowledge Center, Ayu Emergency Project Scholar, engaged as Indian Systems of Knowledge Scholar with multiple institutes of Ayurveda in Brazil, Argentina, and New Zealand, such as Sutilito Disconstrio, Ayuram Institute, and Cambridge University. Dr. Rishi spent 5 years living and learning with Siddha Vaidya KP Arjunan, 47th Guru, Sri Atri Maharishi, Siddha lineage, and Padma Shri P.R. Krishna Kumar, learning and applying metallurgy, medicine, and yogic sciences. So I invite Dr. Rishi to proceed.
Thank you for the introduction. And I'll just switch over to a mobile mic because I'll keep moving around the stage a bit. So namaste, namaskaram, vanakkam, and greetings to everyone here. So our understanding of Ayurveda is going to be a little different in what we are going to go now and what we're going to go through. And so I'll begin once the slide comes on the screen. Before it does, anyhow, keep it going. So whenever we talk about Ayurveda, the biggest gap that we have between us and our counterparts, which is the allopathic system, is in terms of communication. Whatever we say to them, how much ever we try to prove things, they always call it off as a pseudoscience. They say, okay, fine, your medicine works, it works at a certain level, but what is the science behind it? And when we try talking to them in terms of Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, they just push it aside as mumbo jumbo. They say it's superstition or they say it's black. I still remember the fact that the only research, the only valid WHO guideline research, which was done by Padma Shri P.R. Krishnakumar in the entire span of 30 years, that ever since the guidelines were laid out, he faced severe opposition because when he approached the WHO office, they said that what you're practicing or what you're calling as a system of medicine is black magic. And literally, this is how the counterpart views us. You know, they call us as superstitious in nature. They call us as, you know, people of disbelief. So why is there this gap? Why do we understand our science as scientific while our Western counterparts are unable to understand it? It's merely a gap in language. And when I say language, it is the ability to express our science, not compare it in their protocols and their evaluation. Because what we are trying to do now is that we take our drug, we say that, oh, it has these chemicals work on this, because that is what they're doing. They are extracting specific compounds, and we are trying to do the same to make ourselves feel somewhat equal to what they are. But we have a system of science that is far more advanced. So we have a system of science that is far more advanced, but what we need is a means of communication in terms of language. So we use their own terminologies, their own foundations of basic physics, chemistry, biology, and use that as a means of translating. So when I say translating, we are not doing any new, research into what we have. The acharyas have laid it all out beautifully in our Shastra. What we are just doing is that we are simplifying it. We are spoon feeding our Western counterparts with the language that they can understand this in. And this, I believe, is just not for our Western counterparts, but even for us to be able to understand our very own science. All of this is already laid out when we study in our first year, the Padartha Vijnana. So we study about the darshanas, Nyaya, Vaisheshika, but we dismiss them off as mere philosophies. We think them of spiritual, something that's to do with spirituality, something that's to do with life. Doesn't really, it's all tattva. When we say tattva, it is just philosophy. But tattva is not a philosophy. It's a doctrine of science. It's a postulation. It's a postulation regarding the nature of reality and how everything's working around you. What we dismiss off as mere superstition is in fact the very foundation and the basis of our advanced science. So when you actually understand Nyaya and Vaisheshika in our own terms of Sanskrit, without having to use English language or our basic physics or chemistry, you can use these foundational aspects to communicate what our science is to anyone around you. So before I begin, the image that we have on your right hand is of Sri Atre Muni. He was also known as Sri Putra Maharishi, because these Siddhas have a very interesting ability that they know they have hacked into the nature of the human body. So they tend to go into samadhi. So samadhi is nothing but almost like a state of hibernation. You know that the bear, it can survive for 6 months by eating, and it goes into hibernation for 6 months. It doesn't die. It doesn't go into coma. It just arrests or makes all of its physiological factors static. So during one such samadhi, and after he emerged in the town of Vellore, he was termed and labeled as, he was known as Sri Putru Maharishi, because he came out from a termite mount. So our obeisance, my special obeisance is towards Atre Muni before I begin. And as we know in science, as scientists, we stand on the shoulders of our forefathers. There is nothing new for us to create unless there was something laid by our forefathers. So again, a personal obeisance to my Siddha Guru and my Ayurveda Guru, Sri Padma Shri Priya Krishnumar and KP Arjunan. And the gurus before them. So this is, I'm not going to take a lot of slides in explaining this, but the gurus before them, Sri Dhyaneshwar, Vaswappa, and to the 18 Siddhas and the Saptarishis, from whom all of knowledge descended and was given to mankind. And they obtained this knowledge again from the forces of nature. So getting into the subject. So pseudoscience. So this is what, you Google Ayurveda, the first article that comes is a Wikipedia article. And that Wikipedia article says that Ayurveda is a system is based on pseudoscience. This has poked each and every Ayurvedic faculty, physician, and researcher. And despite our multiple attempts to correct it, Wikipedia doesn't allow us to edit it because we are not recognized scholars to bring about this change. And what I wish to see is that in a span of another few years, that the world's perspective changes on the science, and that we don't see the word pseudoscience as associated with our Ayurvedic science in the next 3 years on any sort of platform. So getting into the subject, I always say that to understand our science, you always have to begin by asking questions, and that is how our Shastra is laid out. You don't find the Acharya searching for a student and him sitting down to explain it. It's always in a form of question and answer. For every question that is asked, you find that answer. And the question doesn't have to be an intellectual question. The more you think, oh, is this question right or wrong, you have lost an opportunity. It's always the stupidest and the simplest questions which give you the most valuable answers. So the stupidest question that I used to always ask, I used to honestly think it's stupid, and I didn't go ahead with asking this to anyone during my curriculum, but I got the opportunity to ask it later. And that simple question was, why are the three doshas only three in number? Of course, Acharya Shushruta mentions about the fourth dosha, but he also mentions that this is mentioned in a separate and different context. So then why are these only three? Why can't it be four? Why can't it be two? Is because of the simple reason that this is the primary law of the universe. So when I say the law of the universe, you study in physics that there are only three laws of Newton. This is how everything works around you. It's exactly that. So ultimately, there are only three laws of physics that govern this entire universe. So why did our acharyas, why did our scientists go into understanding physics? This is the interesting question. Because of the simple concept and what we study in our own darshanas, that what we see as reality is temporary in nature. So we think, okay, this is again philosophical, but this is entirely based on practical physics and chemistry, basic sciences. So when I talk about this table and I try to study the atomic structure or study the configuration, molecular configuration of this piece of wood, I will do a study now, but the very next second, the atoms would have reconfigured. There would be a change in its structure. So you understand that everything that we perceive as material in nature is never permanent. So there is no point in me studying the material nature, the structural nature, the chemical structure of any compound, because it's not going to be the same the next moment. There's always a change. There have been so many materials that we have lost. There are so many new materials coming in. So what is exactly permanent? What should we study? Do we keep updating our knowledge? Do we keep updating information into our head? How much can we store? There are innumerable number of materials if we were to study in this universe. So is it really possible for us to comprehend and study all of it? It's not. So instead, our acharyas realized that there is something beyond the material nature. There's something beyond mere chemistry. There's something that is determining or governing the formation of these things, which are the laws of physics. So the laws of physics is permanent. That's why we say that Ayurveda is Anadi and Ananta, because that is the law of the universe. The way it functions, the way it works, that never changes. But what is created as a result of that is under constant change. So there's always creation, there's always termination, and there is a conversion that takes place. So the acharyas, they realized that instead of me sitting and studying on each and every compound and its structure, I go a step back, I take a step beyond. I understand the laws of physics which are governing the state of this matter. So that is where they understood that every action or every activity, every dynamics, it might appear as single. So I use this example of moving from one point to another. So say that this is point A, and I walk across from point A to point B. So to anyone who is seeing, they would say that you basically walked. It might appear as one single activity, but you see that this activity, which might appear to be singular in nature, was understood by our acharyas and broken down into further sub-dynamics. So they realized that everything might appear in singular in nature, but in order to reverse it, in order to understand it better, I need to understand its sub-dynamics. So you see that while I'm standing at point A, now for me to move, I'm not going to move automatically. I need to put in energy and effort to initiate this movement. So for me, this becomes the function or the action of initiating the walk. So this is exactly what we call as a vata, where the function of initiation takes place first. And once that has occurred, so for me to move from point A to point B, again, it doesn't happen automatically. Instead, I need to again put in energy and effort to sustain this action, which we call as the function of kapha. And once I come to this point B, it might appear as termination, that I've stopped my action, I've stopped walking. But to people who know or understand the laws of physics, energy cannot be created or destroyed. Instead, what is happening is that a dynamic movement is being converted into a static movement. So potential energy is being converted into, kinetic energy is being converted into potential energy. So this function of conversion is what we label as Pitta. So Pitta or Lord Shiva. So we always think, oh, the gods, the Lord Shiva destroys. He's the destroyer. But no god would want to destroy. That's not the nature of a deity. The gods or the supreme forces of nature, their job is to transform. They convert. So Lord Shiva as well, he converts you from a lower state to a higher state. He elevates you. He transforms you. That is exactly what the Pitta does. The Pitta converts one state to another state. So you find that this simple action of me just walking from here to here, to anybody else, it would have just appeared as singular. But for an Ayurvedic physician, for an Ayurvedic scientist, he or she is able to break this down further into three sub-dynamics. These three sub-dynamics is what constitutes all the actions in the macroscopic and the microscopic world, which is within our body and outside in the universe around. So be it man-made or natural in nature, every single dynamic or every single action that takes place is primarily composed of these three steps. There's an initiation, there's a conversion, and there is a sustenance. There is nothing beyond this. It is this cycle that makes it possible for life to exist. If it weren't for this, if the creation is more than the destruction, life is gone. There is there would be overpopulation. There would be too much. There would be overcrowding. If the destruction happened more than the creation, there would be nothing left. So the even balance between these three functions is what makes life possible to exist on earth. It is this that we call as the samadosha, that wherever there is a creation, there must be an equal and corresponding level of destruction. And this process between the two is mediated by the transformation done by the pitta. So anything that you see, be it in the world around or within you, is primarily of these three subdynamics, which is why we say that the three doshas are again only three in nature. So I use this very simple example. So we think of this only in the natural sciences, the natural world, the human body. But you take a simple, like the traffic light. You have a red that tells you to stop, you have a green that tells you to move, and you have yellow that tells you to wait. You put your brake and you're ready to transform or shift from a static to a potential, from a static to a kinetic state. So the yellow does both the things again. So be it the car again, you accelerate to move forward, you brake to stop, you put the clutch to transform or to shift. So everywhere, be it the natural world or man-made, it is primarily composed of only three sub-dynamics, which is why you have only three doshas. So the first one, which is Vata. So now when we talk of Vata, we always know that it has Akasha and Vayu in it. And whenever I say Akasha, we immediately think of vacuum, we think of empty space, we think of outer space, we think of total emptiness. But all that Akasha actually means is that it's a relativity. There is a relative space. So say that I'm standing at an elevated height, the people below are at a lower height. The difference in this height is the Akasha Tattva. And this difference can be in terms of pressure, concentration, volume, temperature, or even charge. So wherever there is a difference, the law of nature is to create an equilibrium. So we find that if I take a perfume bottle and I spray it in spray perfume in one corner of this room, within 10 or 15 minutes, the perfume would spread all across this room and everyone would be able to smell it. The reason being that when I spray the perfume here, there is a high concentration of the gas. And as a result of which, there is a diffusion which takes place for that gas to evenly distribute its concentration across the specified space. So the difference in the concentration between this place and the rest of the room is the Akasha Tattva. The Vayu is nothing but the movement or the diffusion which occurs as a result of this difference. So the Akasha is not empty space, it is not vacuum, it is just a relative gradient or a relative space that allows for movement to occur, because that is the law of nature. So where do we see this around us? To understand it better is what we have studied in our school as the land breeze and the sea breeze process. So during the daytime, the land, it heats up fast, the sea heats up slowly. So the pressure over the land is high, the pressure over the sea is lesser. So this allows for the breeze, because the pressure is high here, it has to distribute itself. So during the daytime, the breeze occurs from the land towards the sea. Whereas at the night, the land, it cools down faster, but the sea takes a longer time to cool. So the pressure over the sea is more, the pressure over the land is lesser. So the difference in the pressure here is the Akasha Tattva, and the movement or the breeze which occurs as a result of this is the Vayu, together resulting in what we call as the Vata. So we find that it's in the nighttime that we have all the breeze moving towards the sea, towards the land, towards us. The reason being this same basic principle of the Akasha and Vayu, which we collectively call as a Vata. So usually I create a little controversy by saying that, the doshas don't really exist. And what I mean by that is that the dosha is just a name given to the collective function. It's like you have 11 members on a team, on any, say, football team or a cricket team. Now, instead of calling all the 11 members out on the field, Because all of them are having a common function of playing for, say, India, I would call them as the Indian cricket team. So this is what the doshas are. The doshas are the collective function that we are able to visualize or understand, perceive, whereas the actual players are the Mahabhutas over here. So this same function, where can we see it in the human body, is in our nerve impulse, the transmission of the nerve impulse. So when you study the saltatory transmission of nerve impulse, you find that the words used there are exactly the same. They use the word action potential. So what is potential? Potential tells you that there is a difference that is waiting. So there is a potential energy, but the potential is waiting to move, to transcend, to transmit. So this action potential is basically an increase in charge in one part, while there is a decreased charge in another part. And the next step leading to the transmission of the positive charge into the space of the negative charge. So we find that when the channels open up, that you have the sodium channels and you have the calcium channels. So when the channels open up, what we find is that the ions, they tend to move out of the channel, leading to a negative gradient or a negative charge within the nerve, whereas you have a positive charge outside in the previous junction. So sensing that there is an emptiness or a lesser charge, the positive charge jumps into the next spot, making the nerve impulse travel in that same manner. So this Akasha and Vayu's function, we find this at each and every place. So this is just an example that I've used here. But these are concepts of physics. This is not chemistry. So when we talk about Akasha, Vayu, there is nothing physical to perceive because they're talking about something in terms of dynamics, something in terms of physics and action. The second one is more interesting, which is Pitta. We always talk of Pitta as Agni and Jala. And we always wonder, how is it possible? One, you have fire, and another one, you have Jala, which is water. Now, one mistake that we make is by understanding or trying to perceive these in the literal sense. Because when I say Agni, we actually do picturize or visualize fire itself. When I say Jala, we try to visualize water, but that's not what it is. It's not anything perceivable as structural in nature. These are again talking about dynamics and physics. So now we spoke. So one before which I would like to mention one example of how they can coexist is in the simple process of cooking. So while you want to cook rice, if you take rice, you wouldn't put it over fire directly. It'll get burnt. It'll turn into ash. It'll become black and charred. And this rice is not going to nourish you in any manner. You want to cook rice in a manner that will be nourishing for your body and that will help in the brahmana or pushti. So what you would do is that you would take the rice, you would put it in a vessel of water and then put it on the fire. So the water here acts as a buffer for the Agni to act through so that there is not the total combustion or burning out doesn't occur. So the Jala and Agni, they quite literally need each other, though they're opposite in nature, to collectively function. So now we know that the function of transformation or conversion has to occur to sustain life. So now to carry out this, the Jala and Agni have to coexist and function together. So what is this Agni actually and what is this Jala? So when we mention about the Akasha, which is nothing but a difference in concentration, pressure, temperature, volume, or charge, which is basically a relative difference. So the difference in two values allows for movement to occur. And as we know, wherever there is movement, if you try moving, rubbing your palms together, it'll become warm, it'll get hot. So what happens is wherever there is dynamism, wherever there is movement, energization occurs. So this increase in energy is what we call as an activation or an energization. Or if you're driving a car, it's the acceleration. So anything which has an increased state of energy is the Agni Tattva. And as we know, whenever something gets hot, say that now if I'm walking out in the sun and my body gets really hot, I would take a bottle of cold water. I would drink some of it. But the first thing I would like to do is hold that cold bottle of water against my abdomen or my neck. So what I'm trying to do is that I'm trying to disperse my body's heat by making it come in contact with something which has a lesser temperature. So that is the same thing that happens with any sort of atom or a molecule. Whenever anything gets energized, whenever the Agni Tattva, so Agni is not the fire, but Agni Tattva is talking about the energization. Whenever something enters into Kopa Avastha, the energized state, it wants to distribute that energy so that it does not get damaged. So we know that we have studied in basic chemistry that an atom has valence shells and the electron jumps up the valence shell as it gets energized. When it reaches the outermost shell, if it has excess electrons, which is nothing but excess energy, it will bind with another atom which has a deficiency of that exact value. So that is the binding. So we find that this binding nature is what we call as the Jala Tattva. So Jala is not the water itself, but it is the bond that is occurring between two atoms, two molecules, or even two cells that makes our tissues, rigid and firm. So the binding that occurs, the sneha. So the word sneha is used as a synonym for Jala, snigdha, sneha. And this sneha, when you, in our colloquial languages, we use the word sneha to talk about affection, bond. And this bond is quite literally what happens in terms of physics as the ionic and the covalent bonds that hold everything together. So we find that the Agni, which is the state of energization, leads to the formation of, or the creation of Jala. Because we would have always had this doubt as to how can fire create water? But it's not the literal fire creating water here. Rather, it is an energized atom trying to bond or trying to bind that leads to the binding nature or leads to the formation of bonds between two atoms. So at the same time, so now we know that Jala needs Agni for its creation. So, but what does Agni need Jala for? So the energy in any place, it cannot float around freely. If it floats around freely, there would be destruction. So imagine that I take a laser which is capable of destroying something. I just shoot that laser at the wall. The wall would have a big hole in it. So energy cannot be let out loose. It would be destructive. So the energy needs a platform. It needs a place. And as again we have studied in our basic sciences, that it is in the chemical bonds that ATP or energy resides. So energy is stored in the bonds between two atoms or two molecules. So you find that Agni needs a platform for it to function, which is the Jala, but at the same time, the Jala needs Agni for its own creation. So that is how these two coexist and function together to give us a resultant action of Pitta, which is again just a resultant action which both function together to carry out in our body and outside in the universe across us. And we see the same process happen in plants in the process of photosynthesis. So for a plant to generate energy, it needs sunlight, tejas, and the literal water simultaneously to generate energy. So the same thing is what happens in our body as well. And where can we see this process happen within our body is, so when we talk about pitta, we think about the acid in our body, but it's something more subtle than that. The pitta is just a function. The pitta is not a dravya. It is a guna. We're talking about the guna when we're talking about pitta. So what are we looking into here is the catalysts that are floating around in your body. So we have a lot of chemicals in our body, but not all of them are pitta. It's the function of it that determines whether you call it pitta or vata. So we're not talking about the dravya here, it's the dravya itself over here. So when we talk about the catalyst has a very interesting definition. It's labeled as a reactive protein. So the word itself says it, the reactive. So reactive meaning that it's basically energized. It has too much energy that makes it reactive, just like a typical angry pitta person. That person you cannot go and provoke, you cannot talk to him because he's reactive in nature. There's a kopa avastha, excess energy. So the protein now, when you look into it, we might again think of it as something structural. But when you go deeper into it and try to understand the nature of the protein, there are very few substances in this world which are known as to be dipolar in nature. So when I say something is dipolar, so we spoke about the bonds and the creation and formation of bonds, ionic or covalent. Whenever something has excess energy, so positive energy, it wants to share it with something which has negative energy so that there is a balance which is created. But there are few molecules like water and proteins which are dipolar, which means they have the positive and negative within themselves, which means that they don't need to bind with anything outside and they're jala in nature by themselves. They don't need to bond or create bonds to create the jala tattva. They are self-bound because they have the balance of positive and negative within them. So the catalysts in our body are a beautiful example of the function of pitta, which is exhibited by something which is Agneya and Saumya. Saumya in the nature of bound together. It's binding nature. So we find this beautiful balance existing in one example of the catalyst in our body. And finally with kapha, kapha is quite simple to understand because when you go to the beach and you want to build something, you can't just take the sand because we always say kapha is structural, kapha is parthiva. But if you take the sand and try to just build something, you cannot do that. You need to go to the sea, take some water, mix it with the sand, and after which you can build anything that you want, even sand castles, however big it is. So what is happening here is that the Jala Tattva, as we discussed earlier, is the bond or the binding nature that occurs. And wherever there is a binding that happens, you see that one atom binds with another, that automatically creates another bond. And as the bonds increase, mass is generated. So mass is the fifth final factor which is generated as the creation of the material reality that we perceive. So only when something has a mass can you call it Parthiva. For example, recently not recently, but during one of the Independence or Republic Day, our Honorable Prime Minister, he appeared in a hologram. And as you all know, hologram is just a visual image. It's not a real person standing there. There's just a device which is transmitting an image of him, but it would appear to be absolutely real. So if you try to go and move your hand through this image, you would see that your hand just moves through it. There is nothing that's offering resistance. The reason being that the particles there don't have mass. So for example, if I would try to move this podium, it would not move how much ever I try because it has a heavy mass. Whereas if I try moving this laptop, you see that it moves much easier because it has a lower mass. So we see that wherever bonds are created and conglomerated, mass is all automatically generated as a final resultant of it, which is what we term as a Prithvi Tattva, Prithvi itself. And this bond, wherever you have bonds that are existing together along with the presence of mass, there we call it as the function of kapha, which is taking place. Because for anything to be structurally strong, it is to have a strong binding nature. At the same time, it has to have a good mass in order to generate stability. Otherwise, with a single breeze or a single movement, the structure would disintegrate, like you can see in that image. So that image, of Thanos, dissipating is basically, you can see that there's Prithvi Guna. The dust that you see, the flakes you see is the Parthiva Guna. You can see something has mass, but the bonds are being lost. There is a degeneration, there's a breakdown that's happening. The Jala Tattva is lost. So for anything to be having a structural integrity or stability, there has to be a proper Jala and a Prithvi, which we collectively call as the Kapha in our body. So this is the same thing that we spoke about. So the five Mahabhutas ultimately are dynamics, and these are not structures. So the three doshas are again functions that are then, that function based upon the subdynamics of the Mahabhutas that they are respectively composed of. So the first thing is the negative potential. So negative potential just means that there is a space, a relative space that allows for movement. Wherever there is movement, there's energization. Wherever there's energization, there's binding that occurs. And wherever there's binding that occurs, mass is generated. In other words, this is exactly what the Western world is trying to still understand as E is equal to mc square, which is energy is equal to matter, and matter leads to creation back to energy. But what they lack in their understanding is the Agni Tattva. They think that it's equal to, means that how much ever energy you have, it just gets created into mass, and mass directly transforms back into energy. But our understanding of Agni Tattva distinguishes us as a more superior science, because we know that there is a factor in between that determines how much of the mass is going to be created into energy and how much of the energy is going to be created into mass. And this process is exactly, so that's why I used by way arrow to mark it, because this is the whole process from energy to mass is a process of laya, or the creation of reality, and from mass back to energy is a creation or destruction of reality, which is pralaya. So how do we, so again, it might seem like philosophy when I say laya and pralaya, but this is the very concept of understanding diseases as apatarpanajanya vyadis and santarpanajanya vyadis. And in chikitsa, you apply the same thing as langana and brahmana. So you find that ultimately, that's why they say that virya is only two. You might have Ashtavida virya as a concept, but that Ashtavida virya again breaks down into two ultimate viryas, because either there is a creation of matter or there's a destruction of matter, which we apply in our chikitsa as langana and brahmana. So what we are actually studying, what we are actually practicing is highly advanced biophysics. And we try to understand, and we try to validate ourselves by looking to the biochemical aspect of it, which limits us. But we are way more advanced when you understand the dynamics. But there is a little gap, because we can understand this and we apply this using our perception and our methods of deduction. But in order to communicate this to other people, we need objective meters. And machines or machinery is still developing in that field that can quantify biophysics on a micro level. Because right now, if I were to measure electricity, I can measure things in terms of voltage and micro voltage, but I cannot measure anything with in terms of nano voltage. So machines are yet to come up that can deduce and detect things in this micro frequency, which is biocompatible, or basically the bio frequency that we call it. So here's one simple example, because everything shouldn't just end up as theory, and that theory is always fascinating, but it's practical only when you know how to apply it. So I've just taken a very simple example here. I'm not taking any big major disease and trying to do a Samprapti Vikatana. How do we understand Panchabhautik, the understanding of or the role of the Panchamahabhutas in case of Roga Nidana or in Samprapti? So you see that the tissue is normal. So there is a normal tissue, the skin is totally fine initially. When a thorn enters or an injury occurs, there is a disruption. There is a curve vaigunya which is created. The normal tissues, basically there is a gap or there's a space which is created, which your body senses automatically. There's always a feedback mechanism that goes on. So your body senses that there is a disruption or a discontinuation in the normal tissue. So this discontinuity is the Akasha Guna when we're talking about it in terms of pathology. So this Akasha Guna, like we were saying, the negative potential, the negative gradient, here your body senses that there is a difference or there is a difference in the quality of the tissue or even an emptiness, there's an empty space. So the body immediately sensing that Akasha has been induced here, it sends a feedback again, allowing for circulation to occur, for dynamism to occur. So there is a movement which is increased in that place so that repair process is started. So the second process that happens whenever there's an inflammation is that you have pain. So why does the pain occur? This is a feedback mechanism that's sent to your brain telling that there has to be, you have to look into this, you have to take care of this. So the first is the akasha, which is the disruption in the tissue. The second one being the pain itself. So we all know that you have 5 character features of inflammation: rubor, calor, dollar, tumor, and punctualiza. So pain, redness, temperature, change in color, and loss of function. So the first one is that there's a disruption in the tissue, akasha guna. That immediately leads to an increased movement to that particular part. That is the vayu guna. The third part is the inflammation itself, the rubor that we see. So why does the rubor occur? Is that, as like we've said, wherever there is a movement, energization occurs. So that is the same thing that happens in your body as well. As the circulation increases to a particular part, it increases in its activity because cell repair has to occur in that specific part. So the activity, the dynamism of that particular area increases, leading to the redness and the temperature increase. And the fourth part is wherever once this increased circulation occurs, is that your body is trying to heal itself. Ultimately, all of this is not just to push the foreign material that has come inside. It is trying to repair itself. So the fourth stage is a binding. The cells start to bind together. You find that the platelets stick together. You find that the blood clots. So all this binding that occurs, you find that new cells are formed and the new cells again bind with the existing tissue. So this binding is the fourth stage of the Jala Tattva. And finally, it's not enough that the binding occurs, but the tissue has to become stable in nature, which is why in wound healing, you find that you have a lot of tissue which is white in color. We call it as, the granulomatous tissue. So the granulomatous tissue is basically skin which has been formed, but this is not your normal skin. Something else has been formed instead that you need to again scrape and clean out and allow for fresh, proper, healthy tissue to be formed in that place. So the fifth stage is the stage of stability, where your tissues, which are not just bound, but it has to become stably fixed. Once that fixture happens, that is when you can say that the wound has been completely healed. So this is a simple example of Vrena, which then you can apply in any other condition to understand how the Mahabhutas take place or how their dynamism occurs at each and every step of any roga that we see or that you can perceive. So now we'll get into emergency itself. So this was just a simple example of understanding the Panchabhautik stages of how each of the Mahabhutas play a role in the disease process. And we're not talking about the healing or the treatment that we're going to give, that we'll discuss with in the later. So when we talk about any emergency, our understanding of the doshas is very deep. So how much ever I simplify it, the yukti of a Vaidya is of utmost importance. Because here you see that the doshas they function at multiple levels. They occur at the same time and at the same time. So it's not linear. Our understanding of the doshas is not linear, it's multi-dimensional. So for example, when I say the mechanics, the next slide, one of the next slides itself, it talks about in the mechanics itself, you can see how the three doshas play a role. But on a larger level, you can see that the stages itself can also correspond to the understanding of the doshas. So our ability to deduce and analyze this must be sharp. Only then you are fit and capable to be called a Vaidya. So the stage of an emergency, and this is again taken from our basic understanding of Padartha Vijnana, that you have everything in the process of Dravya, Guna, and Karma. The first thing, and this is the biggest strength of our science, is that we have the understanding of karma. What the Western science or Western scientist or the biomedical scientist does is that when a patient approaches or when a patient comes to his clinic, right now, the current method of analysis is, you send the person, you take down a few of his symptoms, but all you're bothered about is the level of the chemicals that are being mentioned on a paper. So you're treating the biochemical values, you're treating the chemicals that are there in the body. You're not treating the person himself. So what is the advantage of our science is that we are a step behind once again. When I say behind, it's beyond that we are able to understand things a step before it has occurred and where they can take their direction from. So what I mean by this is that we understand the mechanics that led to the difference or the change in the chemistry. So the chemicals don't just change for no reason. There is something that should lead to the imbalance or the change in the chemistry of your body. So what is that? That is the karma. So we understand that the first stage of any disease process has a karma that then leads to the change in guna. And after which, once the guna changes or it occurs over a long time or even a short time in an acute condition, the structure is destroyed or the structure itself changes, which is the final part of the dravya. So these are the three stages that occur in any sort of pathology and that we are also trying to rectify in chikitsa: the mechanics, the chemistry, and the structure. So the first phase, which is jwara, I've taken the example of jwara because when you understand jwara, when you truly understand jwara, you have understood all the diseases, all the sampraptis. Because our understanding of disease is not like the Western understanding. We don't just label a disease, have a set character, symptoms, and say that this is what it is. Our understanding of disease is that we study pathophysiologies. We understand the possible mechanisms or methods in which a disease can occur. Then we apply it in each and every context, which is each and every patient who comes to us. So our Shastra is a code book. It's a guidebook. It's not a textbook. A textbook spoon feeds you. It spoon feeds you with information A to Z. Our guidebook or our code book gives you the necessary formulas. It gives you the necessary clues, which then the Vaidya has to apply in any context that he encounters. So the understanding of Jwara is what is then applied to each and every other condition of pathophysiology, because it is Jwara which is occurring in multiple other dhatus or with multiple other combinations of the doshas. So it's all just different combinations and variations, but the basis is the same. So what is exactly happening in Jwara? This is again based on simple biophysics again. When we talk about Jwara, because of what we have been exposed to, we think of Jwara only in terms of infection, and we think about countering or neutralizing the infection with antibiotics or our Ayurvedic line of antibiotics. But there is something beyond that that's happening. So what is happening in Jwara is that, be it an inflammation or an infection, the causes are multiple. But the basic thing that's happening is that your koshta has lost its agni. And I'll use a simple example of vata. So I'm vata. So what happens is in a vata person, that the whole tract, the koshta, it becomes stiff. So this is where our understanding of mechanics plays a big role, because Western science has no clue regarding this. They understand it, they're starting to understand this, but they've still not jumped into it. So we understand that, for example, I do severe rukshana. Because of rukshana, my koshta becomes stamba. It becomes stiff. And for any organ, any tissue in my body to secrete its juices, it has to constrict, it has to contract and expand. Basically, it needs a pumping action. The heart is not the only organ which pumps in your body. Each of the endocrine glands, your liver, your gallbladder, even your intestine, which undergoes peristalsis, every single your tissue in your body needs to move. It needs to have a pumping action for it to function normally. So in the state of rukshatva and stambhana, my stomach is unable to expand and contract, which means that I don't secrete any of the juices that I should be. My stomach doesn't secrete any of the acid. So there's basically an Agni Mandya over here. The term is that there is no stimulation for the digestion to occur. So what my body automatically does, because our body is not a machine, it's not a robot, it's an organic body or an organic machine which has a feedback mechanism. So the moment my body senses that, okay, there is stiffness here, there is a constriction which is occurring, I need to dilate, I need to create a dilation. So then automatically, so we say that Agni Bahir Niryasya, which means the Agni then moves to your periphery. What do we mean by this? Is that your Agni is not, there's no fire which is moving from your koshta to your skin. Rather, my body's peripheral channels, all the sweat pores, all the vessels of my periphery, they constrict and they close up. Why does this happen? So now say that this is winter. If this was winter and we have a heater in this room, now if the heater stops working, what would we do? I would open the doors. No, sorry, I would close the doors. So you say that now there's no heat which is being generated from the heater. So once the heater is not working, I need to now increase the heat in this room at any cost because it's freezing. We're all getting cold. So then I would close all the windows and doors that are around us to generate a heat. So that is the same thing that the body does. The body constricts all the channels and the vessels on the periphery to create and build up pressure inside that would increase your temperature. So once the temperature increases, dilation automatically occurs. So your body is in fact trying to help you in the process of jwara, which we see as a disease and as a trouble, and we try to suppress the symptoms, but your body is trying to fix itself. So when you understand the root cause, which is what we Ayurvedic Vaidyas do, we don't just say it's jwara and we try to give an antibiotic and suppress, the temperature. Instead, we try to understand why is your body reacting this way. If it is vata, it's because of ruksha. So I need to do something to do snehana and svedana to dilate your shrotas. If it is due to pitta, there's excess heat, which is why your body is again trying to constrict. But the heat is being formed due to excess jala. And in case of, the heat responds with excess jala, which makes your body constrict. And in case of kapha, there is gurutva, but there is no jalatatva. Parthiva has increased. So again, it tries to generate heat. So in all the mechanisms, the primary thing is that your body is trying to close the periphery to generate heat and open up your core once again. So this is the same thing that we study in basic physics as a relationship between volume, temperature, and pressure. So the volume is constant within our body, but we are trying to play with the temperature and pressure mechanics to generate this. And that is what happens in Roga as well. So any disease, any sort of emergency has this primary factor of mechanism. Either there is a constriction or there is a dilation, a vasoconstriction or a vasodilation. And this is not just for the vessels, this is the entire body as well. And when it enters into an acute state, this is the first primary means that happens. So what we call as Ushna and Shita, we think of Ushna and Shita as only temperature. But again, our science is not so superficial. Our science looks into the physics behind the superficial terms. So when I say something is Shita, I mean that it is endothermic. When I say something is Ushna, I mean that it is exothermic. We're talking about a process behind something. We're not talking about the nature of it itself. So for example, why would my body be hot? Is that it's not just because I'm putting a temperature and I say it's Ushna. Instead, we go a step beyond and understand that the vega within this body is high. The circulation is fast, which is leading to an increased temperature. In case of Shita, the circulation is slow. So the vega is slow. So our understanding is on physics, not just the mere superficial understanding of chemistry or the chemical state of anything. So here we see that the Panchavayus, so this is in the context of Jwara, because this body and the volume is one and the same. So what we call as the 5 Vayus is nothing but one Vayu, but based upon the cavity which is present in, we label it as different Vayus. So the one which is in your pelvic cavity, abdominal cavity, thoracic, and the cranial cavity are the 4 Vayus. The Vayu which transcends and passes throughout your body is a Vyana Vayu. So you have these cavities which contain Vayus or which contain pressure within them. This pressure is what we label as a Panchavatas. So the Vata is not just an energy, it's not just a mere function alone, but the pressure which is exerted, which makes the dynamism occur, is the Vata in your body. And in any case of emergency or any clinical condition, this is always the first factor to get deranged before the occurrence of any disease. And this is again why we find Roganatpadaniyam chapter to be mentioned foremost. The reason being that the suppression of the 13 Vegas is what makes or creates a damage to the Vayus that then makes you susceptible to any condition afterwards, without which no other condition would possibly set into your body. Which is why we find the chapter Roganutpadaniyam mentioned as a fourth chapter itself in the Sutrasthana. So the second phase. So the first phase is the mechanics. And the mechanics then leads to a disturbance in the chemistry. So what is this chemistry? Because we just said that our science is not biochemical in nature. We're not looking into the biochemistry of any molecule. So when I say chemistry, we're talking about the chemical state of your body. What is the nature of the pitta? So like we said, pitta has two gunas. There are two mahabhutas. There is the Agni and there is the Jala. Or in other words, the Agneya and the Saumya. So when something is Agneya and Saumya, this is what we understand as Amla and Kshara. So this concept of Amla Kshara, it's not just from the Panchabhautik school of thought process, but we find this is primarily emphasized in Visha Chikitsa. In Visha Chikitsa, we say that all poisons have a counter poison. So Stavara Visha can be neutralized with Jangama Visha. Jangama Visha can be neutralized with Stavara Visha. So this neutralization, how does it occur? Is basically because of the understanding of Amla and Kshara. So we would have studied that most of the animal poisons are acidic in nature. And anything that is acidic, we know can be neutralized by something that is alkaline. So what is alkaline here? How is Tikta Rasa alkaline? Is a little bit of Western science gives it a little boost over here in understanding it. Though our acharyas have already detailed it and it's possible for us to understand it through our own samhitas. But I'm making this deduction for our own easier understanding. All of these Tikta Rasa dravyas, or basically which are Visha in nature, are rich in alkaloids. And when you look at alkaloids, we are not looking into the chemical nature, the chemical structure, but the word itself here. So the word alkaloid has a very interesting derivation that means like alkali or like alkaline. So most of this alkali, not most, all the alkaloids are basically alkaline in nature, which is why the Stavra Visha becomes a counter for the Jangama Visha, and the Jangama Visha is a counter for Stavra Visha. It's an acid alkaline neutralization that's happening. So what you're doing is you're not countering a particular chemical with an anti-venom or an antidote. You're changing the chemistry, overall chemistry of your body. You're changing the amlatva to a ksharaguna and kshara back to amla. So we are playing with the pitta on a much higher level than bothering with specific chemicals and trying to target and neutralize those. Instead, which is why if you don't have an anti-venom to a specific venom, you don't need to worry. You just need to know which are all alkaline in nature. You change the chemistry of the body. Your body does not get affected by that venom anymore. And the venom itself also gets neutralized to an extent. So where we see this in emergencies is in shock. So we have studied about shock, or I think you might be studying about shock soon enough if you come to your third and fourth year. Shock is not the electrical shock, but shock is a state in which your body enters. The primary thing being that a tissue is not able to get the oxygen that it needs. Without the oxygen, it cannot replenish itself, it cannot nourish itself, it cannot repair itself. So that is what we call as a state of shock. So what puts it into a state of shock are multiple in nature. You have multiple causes. It can be hypovolemia, it can be an accident, it can be a hemorrhage. So you have multiple causes, but the state of shock is what we try to understand here. So any state of shock, it leads to a primary difference or a change in your body's chemistry, the amla kshara guna. So this same thing, in the literal terminology, they use the word acidosis and alkalosis. But even now, Western scientists are trying to use specific compounds to target specific molecules to create this balance or the change. But we have understood something much better about how to change the overall nature of the body, the overall state of the pitta in your body to attain a samavastha or to neutralize the current samprapti that is occurring. So acidosis, alkalosis, I'm not going to go deep into it because I believe all of you know or you will be studying in detail soon enough. So these are just few articles to show you that this understanding of Amla Kshara, the state of Pitta, which is the second phase in any emergency or acute condition, is the primary factor which is underlying most of the emergencies that we currently see. So these are just few articles that, you can read. gets. So it is in this context that Bilwadi makes absolute sense. Why is Bilwadi so commonly used by everyone? Not just for cases of Visha. We find its indication mentioned in Visha Chikitsa, but we find its application almost everywhere. Even in the recent COVID, there were so many Vaidyas who were using Bilwadi to counter it. Their simple understanding was that any sort of Visha or any sort of amlatva in the body can be only neutralized by something which has ksharaguna. And when you look at the ingredients, which is why I've listed out all the ingredients, all of them are tikta rasa pradhana. And you have, interestingly, haridra, which is kshara in nature, alkaline in nature. And the bhavana dravya used is something which is absolutely alkaline, which is the goat's urine. So here, it's a beautiful example of how you're not trying to counter a chemical, you're not trying to neutralize a chemical, you're not trying to fix the disease itself. You're changing the chemical state of the body, allowing the body to recuperate and get back into its state of normalcy or a state of homeostasis. So you are inducing a state of homeostasis by knowing exactly what to bring the body back to. So I wanted to mention this in specific because this is what makes our science more interesting. So we have the understanding of Vata, Pitta and Kapha as mechanics, but our Shastras give a little bit of clue regarding energetics as well. They don't go too deep because they know that we will get confused, which is why they created a separate science for it. So we because of political reasons, we think Ayurveda and Siddha are, they speak the same thing, but it's two different cultures. But these are two different methods or dimensions of viewing the same thing. So when I look at an object and I try to understand its mechanics, for example, this remote that I have in my hand. So when I try to understand its mechanics, so I understand that I press this button, it sends a signal and that makes the thing appear on the screen and it makes the slide move. That is the mechanics of it. And that is what we as Ayurvedic physicians try to look into a body and understand. But now, would this remote work if there was no battery within it? So there is something that is giving energy and powering this remote to do its function. Just like how I'm talking. Me talking is a function. So you can equate it with the doshas. But for me to talk, I should have had my lunch and have energy in my body to do this communication. So that is the energy. So what Siddha does, Siddha, Rasashastra, and Yoga. Three of these sciences go a little deeper. And we get clues regarding all of this throughout our Shastras, but we don't go into much depth. But we find that this is into more core understanding of biophysics and bioenergetics as well. So in psychiatry, so this is one thing that we usually neglect. You might think of cardiac, you might think of KC, you might think of Agada Tantra. So we find emergencies in all of these things, and we think these are the only relevant ones where our science is applicable. So what do you do in a psychiatric emergency? A psychiatric emergency is very simple. A person is unstable, the person is in a state of threat to either himself or to anyone around them. So then, how do you go about it using biophysics? Is this the concept of prana. The concept of prana, Agni, and Ojas is nothing but the understanding of bioelectricity, biothermics, and biomagnetism that make your body function. I'm not going to go into too much depth to avoid confusion, but going to give a glimpse regarding how this is applicable in our chikitsa as well. So here, that image there is basically a neuron, as you can see, but they're talking about not the neuron in terms of chemical transmission, they're talking about it in terms of electrical transmission. What happens in our body? So even the neuronal impulse that we spoke about in case of the saltatory transmission, it's not just one chemical. It's not just your sodium or potassium, which is jumping from one node to another node. Each chemical is carrying a charge. And when you look at the definition of electricity, it is just that the flow of electrons from a higher voltage to a lower voltage is termed as electricity. It's as simple as that. So where are electrons? Everywhere. This remote is made of electrons. My body is made up of electrons. Each and every atom in my body has electrons. So every movement which is going on in my body is basically generating microelectricity. And this is not just me making it up. You Google it up, you'll find so many articles that talks about the bioelectricity within our body. So our human brain is something that primarily functions on prana. So when I say prana, it is not oxygen. The oxygen is required for the generation of electricity. So it becomes a means for it, but it's not the prana itself. So that's why you have all these other yogic techniques of generating prana within yourself. That is not just dependent on breathing and taking in oxygen. So here we find a few articles that talk about, we know, shock therapy. So you have psychiatric cases. This is what is practiced in Western medicine. They use shock therapy to either stimulate or to just sedate or even tranquilize a particular person. But that is used without proper knowledge and without understanding of the proper functioning of the human body. But our acharyas knew how much of it is required, where it's required, and how to administer each of these things. So they knew that electricity isn't so superficial that you need a machine or a wire to plug it and to generate it into the human body. Instead, they understood where all this prana or bioelectricity could be found in plant materials. You find one of the most important drugs, which is Unmada Gajakesari, and multiple other medicines. You go to Vaishajya Ratnavali, look into the drugs which are used for Unmada Chikitsa. You'll find Dhatura, basically all the herbs which are offered to Lord Shiva. So you'll find Dhatura, you'll find Bhanga, cannabis sativa. These are medicines which are predominantly used in the Chikitsa. So what do they do? And plus, okay, fine, we can understand that if someone smokes cannabis, they would relax. But how can Dhatura help a psychiatric patient? The word Dhatura has a synonym of Unmatha, Unmadakara. So it's a Unmadakara. Why would you use something which is going to create more Unmada in a patient of Unmada? Is only when you understand its nature and how it functions within the body. So here, you see that it's a very interesting symptom. So they mentioned it as a side effect, but that is in fact the actual effect of Datura, where Datura, when consumed within, it generates bioelectricity within your body. It has a capability of stimulating your nerve channels or the ion channels. So basically, you have electrons already which are present in your body, but it stimulates the flow of these electrons even further, generating microelectricity within your body. So when a person is in a hyper state, so when I say a person is in a hyper state, the primary reason is basically that the vata is high. We understand the vata is increased. But why is the vata high? So this is the deeper understanding of the prana. In a particular system, when the energy is low and unstable, that makes the machine or the system itself unstable. If that machine or system is filled with energy, it would not be unstable anymore. A simple example is with a water bottle. If I fill half a bottle, if I fill a water bottle with just half water and I try pushing it, it would easily fall. But if I fill the bottle entirely with water and then try pushing it, it would not. It would be more stable. So that is exactly how within the body, when the prana is full, when the prana is replenished, the vata is automatically controlled. It becomes stable. When the prana is lesser, static bioelectricity in your body is lesser, then it makes the system itself unstable. So that is what we find here. And so this is another plant. But the fact that the reason I've used this here is that this is basically of Vatsanaba. And they've done a study on Vatsanaba and they found that it has a bioelectrical effect on the brain's tissue. So you see that these substances which are rich in alkaloids, or basically the Tikta Rasa Dravyas, the Visha Dravyas, are all capable of generating this bioelectricity. Now, electricity again can be of two types. You have the dynamic electricity and you have the static electricity. So in a person who is in a kopa avastha with hyper nature, you want to provide electricity, but at the same time, you want him to become static. So that is why we use substances like Datura and Bhanga, which generates a static electricity and not a dynamic electricity within the body. So again, these are all deeper subjects which you can do research on later, and you can just Google it up and you can find more articles and content to study on. So that is how so a simple, no, it's not so simple. That's why Manasa Roga and Manasa Chikitsa is one of the most complex fields of our own science, because it doesn't just dwell into mechanics. It goes into the understanding of energetics. When you try to understand manas, you need to understand energy. You need to understand prana. You need to understand the state of prana, the function of prana, how it flows, where it stays. So the understanding becomes much more deeper. But when you understand this in-depth understanding, your chikitsa becomes easily, equivalent as well. So now, this is a little bit about Roga Nidana of Samprapti that I wanted to give an understanding regarding the biophysics. So where and how do we apply chikitsa now? So one simple chikitsa that I mentioned, but that was a little bit deep, was regarding the Dhatura and Banga in case of Unmada. So there again, we went into understanding energy. But where can we use and apply mechanics to control diseases or our understanding of a samprapti? So here comes the concept of dhara and this thing, Agni Karma and Viddha Karma. Three of these things. So it's basically the Viddha and Agni Karma. So the Viddha Karma has its modification as the Dhara and the Varma. So what we are doing here, it's of twofold. So what is happening is that basically in any sort of emergency, how and why we understand something is emergency is basically because the person's not responding. The tissue is not functioning. The cell is slowly dying out. So there is no activity. So that is when we consider it as an emergency and we require emergency or immediate intervention. So what we call as this lack of activity is nothing but the Mudha Vata. So when Vata enters into a state of Mudatva is only when there is no activity or a movement. So we don't come across this term much except in a few contexts. But this concept of Mudha Vata plays a very functional and elemental role in understanding any sort of acute or intensive situation. So why is a Vata not moving? It has two primary causes. Either it does not have space for it to move forward, or it does not have the propelling force for it to be pushed forward. So basically it is stambhana or it is svedana. So there is either excess pressure. So the simple example being a stroke. So when a stroke occurs, there's either a hemorrhage or there's an ischemia. In a hemorrhage, there's excess pressure and the vessel bursts and there's a hemorrhage which occurs. The particular part of your brain does not get oxygen. In case of an ischemia, there is a block. So the block here does not allow. So there is a Mudha Vata. So here there is no movement or there's no space for it to move forward. So what happens is there is a blockage and that particular part of your brain does not get blood and again the function is lost. So the same stroke, you see that there are two causes, both the cause being two opposites. One is due to Ushna, one is due to Shita. Not the temperature, but the Vega. Ati Vega, Manda Vega. So the Mudha Vata occurs primarily due to this. So how does our Chikitsa help is that we play around with this dynamics and we approach it in twofold manner. So the first one is the dhara. So what you're doing in a dhara is it's not just a simple method of relaxation. You're not just inducing relaxation for the patient. When you're doing a dhara, you're generating a pressure. So when that's why you have three types of dhara based on the density of the material that you use, Thaila, Takra, and Kashaya, based on Kapha, Pitta, and Vata. So the density of the material determines which dosha or what sort of an effect that you're trying to bring about. So what does the dhara do? We spoke about the Akasha and Vayu. So this is where the understanding of the Mahabhutas come into play. So my entire tissue here has, say, an even amount of pressure. When a specific part is exposed to increased pressure, which is the dhara, I'm generating an Akasha guna. By increasing the pressure here, the pressure is lesser in the surrounding tissue. So because of which, I'm inducing a movement automatically in something which is otherwise still and stable. So here we are playing with the Akasha guna and we are helping in the dilation. We are helping in the movement to occur. So the vata, which is in a Mudha avastha, is made to move automatically just by a simple dhara. And this dhara, the reason I've added this article nearby is that on a functional or a mechanical level, we see that the Akasha and Vayu dynamics occurs here. So we cannot massage our internal organs. So say that my hand is spastic, there's a spasm that occurs. I can massage it. I can manually manipulate it to allow for blood circulation to occur and give some sort of relaxation. I cannot do that with my internal organs. I cannot do that with my brain. I had a video, but I couldn't upload it. I couldn't find it. It's a wonderful video because I had a patient who came, who was say a 3-year-old patient of stroke, post-stroke, and they'd done a craniotomy and they removed this part of his skull. So basically there's a fossa. there's a depression in there. So I did dhara for him to allow the blood circulation to occur again. And I took a video because you could see a contraction and expansion happening in that video beautifully. You could see that there's a massaging which is happening internally. So for the organs which you cannot physically manipulate inside, the dhara acts as a mechanism of inducing movement and allowing for circulation and for it to replenish itself once again. So simple dhara, which we just dismissed off, we use it as a luxury treatment for the elite class, for them to relax or for them to sleep. But this is one of the most profound treatments that we have that is applicable even in an emergency situation. So a patient of stroke comes to you, you just need to do a dhara. You don't need to worry about anything else. You don't need to refer him to an allopathic hospital. The moment he comes, so you need to understand whether it is due to a blockage or a hemorrhage. And accordingly, your material would differ, but the mechanism is the same. If there's a hemorrhage, what you're trying to do, why does a hemorrhage occur first of all? There is increased pressure, but unless there is a weakness in the structure would not burst. So for example, a pressure cooker, if I keep heating it up, it will not burst if it's a very good pressure cooker. If it's a very cheap cooker, it will burst within 5 minutes. The reason being that the structure is weak. So what we are trying to do in a dhara is that we are trying to allow for the blood hemorrhage, which is hemorrhaging, the blood is being formed and stored here, creates a pressure upon the remaining part of your brain tissue. So when you give a dhara, you're allowing for this circulation to occur and you're allowing for the dispersal of the collected blood in case of a hemorrhagic stroke. And now if it's an ischemic patient, the ischemia gets lodged. So the ischemia has been traveling throughout the body. Why should it get lodged in only one particular part? Is because the vessel over there is stiff. It is ruksha, it is stamba. So when you give a dhara, you're allowing for the dilation of that vessel to occur. And the clot, you're not trying to dissolve the clot, but you're allowing for the clot or the emboli to pass through instantly. So the moment you do a dhara for an acute patient, be it hemorrhagic or stroke, but you need to know which one it is because your material or the temperature with which you give the drug, which is the takra or the thaila or the kashaya, would vary. But the mechanism is one and the same. Simple mechanics, but it helps you not just in chronic diseases, it helps you in an acute state as well. And I've mentioned this about piezoelectricity because the one on the right side. So piezoelectricity is nothing but a very simple physics of how your watch works, or at least how our watches used to work. Back then, which is just a few years ago, we used to have analog watches, not the digital ones. And now digital it's taken over everywhere. So how the analog watch works is that there's a small quartz crystal inside. When that is given with a specific vibration, it amplifies that vibration and makes your entire watch function. The same function, this mechanics is known as piezoelectricity. That is, whenever any substance is given a certain vibration, it generates a mild or low frequency electricity as a result of the vibration. The same thing happens with the human body. Each and every tissue in our body is piezoelectric in nature. So what you're doing in case of a stroke, the brain tissue is basically dying because it's not getting the prana, it's not getting the nutrition that it needs for it to function normally. So the moment you do dhara, you're not just relieving the pressure, you're not just freeing up the vessel, but you're generating piezoelectric signals inside that then stimulates the brain cells to repair immediately. So the whole problem with a post-stroke patient is the sooner you approach and treat the person, the better. The faster or the better is the prognosis because the cells have been least damaged the sooner you approach or intervene. So what you're trying to do here is that you're not just trying to relieve the pressure, you're repairing the dead tissue. The tissue needs nourishment, it needs the prana for it to recover and restore itself. You are doing this in a twofold manner by providing dhara. So when the takra, thaila or the kashaya falls on your forehead, there is a micro electricity which is generated when it falls upon your soft tissues and the bone tissue. This micro electricity then goes to your brain tissue and allows the cells to repair immediately, allowing for quick recovery, and any of the symptoms that you see later on can be prevented. So this is a video on electricity and its role in healing of the body.
Did you know electricity can help heal wounds faster? The skin's natural regenerative process includes 4 stages: hemostasis, inflammation, proliferation, and remodeling. Researchers found that skin cells are electrostatic, meaning they migrate directionally in electric fields. By placing a wound under an electric field, it healed 3 times faster than usual. This method also shows promise for chronic non-healing wounds, like those experienced by diabetics. With continued research, customized stimulation based on individual wounds could make chronic non-healing wounds a thing of the past. Electricity in wound healing may sound Frankensteinish, but don't knock it until you try it.
So this is not just Western science. This is not an allopathic invention or a discovery. Our acharyas in Vrana Chikitsa have mentioned mantra as a means of healing. So mantra is not just magic. You're generating a vibration there. This vibration generates an electrostatic force, allowing for your tissue to heal. And this is what we apply in each of our upakramas, our medicines, our chikitsa. We see it at the superficial level of the doshas, but on a more subtle level, it works on the level of prana as well. So that is why we say that our science is holistic, because you don't have to do chikitsa for this and that and that. In a single chikitsa upakrama, you're fixing all the 3 levels, which is the karma, guna, and the dravya, which have been gone out of order. So here comes, so the dhara gives us the understanding regarding where vidya karma or varma plays a role. So when you do varma chikitsa, marma chikitsa, or even vidya karma, which is nothing but you're just pricking, whether you deliver a medicine through the prick or whether you don't, the simple action of pricking is what is creating a pressure difference, an akasha guna. This akasha guna leads to the vayu, which is nothing but a flow of electrons within your body or microelectricity. So the vidya karma plays a very important role in resuscitation, because on a micro level, you are helping the tissue recover. You're trying to restore its function back again. And we find this, so that part is known as the piezoelectricity. And what we do in Agni Karma is basically pyroelectricity. So why do we do the Abhisheka Dhara for Shivalinga along with showing Aarti? Is because you're trying to generate Agni, you're trying to generate energy through different mechanisms. You use sound as a means, you use heat as a method, and you use pressure. So you're using temperature and you're using pressure as a means of generating electricity. And the same is what we do in our body as well. And you use it on specific parts depending on which tissue or tissue systems or organ systems that you're trying to restart. So it's basically like how you've seen, if a person collapses, instantly you have the ECG machine, and sorry, you have the electric machine with which you just pump it on the person and you give them a jolt of electricity to wake up back again, which is exactly what we're doing here. You're giving a micro shock. The temperature is not what is going to give the shock, but the temperature creates a difference in temperature in your tissue, which is the akasha guna, allowing for vayu to move again. So these are all the subtler things which are present in our Shastra, but we don't go into much detail to avoid confusion, because that's what our acharyas also didn't want us to do. But they do give us clues. And these clues are found throughout our Shastra in the form of stories. So when we talk about the Rudra Kopa of Jwara, or when we talk about Apasmara Roga, you find its context with Nataraja. So all of these are places where they give you an understanding regarding something more subtler that is happening in your body, but that is also playing a fundamental role. So here's an article that talks about bioelectrical impedance. So basically in Jwara, they say that the electricity is not flowing through, which is why we say that Shiva goes into a Kopavastha and Veerabhadra comes across, he comes forth. So your body enters in a state where the bioelectricity is unable to be conducted, but this is happening on a very much more subtle level. So now this same concept, so we saw it in terms of mechanics in case of Vidya Karma, Dhara, Agni Karma. Now, how do we understand it in terms of medicines, internal medications? So the Rasa Shastra plays the very fundamental role in this Panchabhautik understanding of how Chikitsa itself works. So you have this primary thing. So we see that most of the Rasa Aushidhis that we use has the primary constitution of Parada and Gandhaka. Why? Have you ever questioned why do 95% of our Rasa Aushidhis have Parada and Gandhaka as a base? We say Shiva, Shakti, yes. But what is it doing? Is that one, the mercury, Parada, has the capacity to generate bioelectricity in your body. You can again go and do your studies, or you can, I'll share the slide. So you see that the mercury flow, so that's mercury flow on a gross level. But when you make it into a bhasma, it does the same thing. Mercury is the most dense metal, as we know. And when this is given in the form of a nanoparticle inside or a basma, it creates a difference in the pressure which your body senses and generates prana once again. When you give Gandhaka, it acts as a catalyst. So Abraka does the same thing, Tambra does the same thing, but these are more dangerous. These are more Chedana in nature, whereas Parada and Gandhaka are more Saumya, and we prefer its use in the body. And finally, gold. Why do we use gold? Again, when you look at its properties, it is the most stable metal. It's one of the noble metals. So the same thing when you give it in the form of a basma inside, it stabilizes the tissue. So say that a person is collapsing. The tissues are weak. So when I say a person is collapsing, it is basically a state of dhatu shaitilya. So when I say dhatu shaitilya, so say that this podium, if the bonds were weak, if it was made up of a cheap plywood, if it is exposed to rain and sun, within 6 months, it would just wear out, it would decay, and it will break down. But if this is made from rosewood or teak wood, even after 60 years, when exposed to rain and sun, it will not break down. The reason being that the binding, the bonds between the atoms, the molecules, are very strong. So in the state of dhatu shaitilya, the bonds in our body are lost. The binding strength is lost, which makes it shitila. It makes it loose. So because of this loss of binding, we become susceptible and the tissue collapses, just like how this would collapse when exposed to pressure and temperature. So that's exactly what happened in COVID. The first people to pass away during the COVID pandemic were people who were chronically diseased or the people who were old. Both of the conditions where the dhatus were in a shitila avastha. And the remaining people who passed away were people who did not get to eat food because of the excess corticosteroids that they were given. Their system they didn't get any food inside. They didn't get any nourishment, which caused their body to literally collapse upon itself. So when you use gold as a rasa aushadhi, and that's why you find gold's involvement or its use and its place in many of the rasa aushadhis, because gold instantly stabilizes the tissue. It gives a mass and stability. So in an acute state, in case of an acute case of asthma, you see that the traditional Vaidyas, they have this gold preparations that they mix with honey and ask a person to lick in an acute state. Why? In a case of acute asthma, there are two things which is happening. And I'll talk about it in terms of Western science. Because there is first your respiratory tract, which is getting collapsed. And sensing this collapse or this stambana, there's a constriction, your body secretes a mucus plug to fill out the space. This is your body's automatic defense mechanism. In any kind of a nidana or whenever it's exposed to any trauma or disease, your body tries its best to protect itself. But sometimes that goes out of hand and that increases the problem. That's what happens in case of an acute asthma. So the tissue or your respiratory tract is weak due to severe rukshana, smoking, and all the other nidana. It becomes weak, it's collapsing, it's getting constricted. Your body secretes mucus to open it up or to keep this tissue filled out. But that creates a blockage for the air to pass in. When you give gold, which is basically Prithvi in nature, but we find that it is Ojasya, which has Agni and Soma in it. The Agni and Soma meaning that it is volatile, but it has a tight binding nature, the Saumyatva. So it instantly stabilizes your respiratory tissue, the respiratory tract. So the muscles of your respiratory tract are stabilized, which are otherwise collapsing due to weakness, and the mucus plug is also automatically expelled out. So you see that the gold, it doesn't work just because it's expensive or because it's a noble metal, but because of its own nature, it complements the function which is taking place or the samprapti which is occurring inside. And it prevents, it temporarily halts the tissue from collapsing. So all three of this is why we find that Parada, Gandhaka, and gold are used in multiple preparations because they primarily work on the prana, agni, and the ojas of your body. And this is the Panchaloha. So Dr. Abhimanyu already mentioned about the Panchaloha Katu. So what do each of these do? So you find that some of these are always replaced based on the availability and based upon specific context of usage. So the Parada, it induces the Akasha Guna in a tissue which is otherwise dead and apparently dead. You can revive it by creating a pressure difference. Parada does that. Ayas, so wherever there is lack of space or movement, there you can induce prana or akasha guna. But what do you do if the movement does not have any force for it to move forward? So say that there is space in front of me, but I don't have the force or energy to move forward. So there we go for Ayas. The Ayas makes the Vata move. It gives a propelling force for the Vata to move through your body. The Tamra or Gandhaka, it acts as a catalyst. It can either do a transformation this way and that way. So it helps in Langana and Brahmana as well, depending on which other Aushadhi you combine it with. And the Rajata and Swarna are the most important because this is where the emergency management comes into place. In case of a tissue which is collapsing, say that there is a hyper state of energy, there's too much energy, there's a Kopa Avastha. You need to arrest this energy, but without killing the Agni in your body. You can't give something Shita because it will again cause constriction. So instead, when you give something like Rajata, it binds that energy. It doesn't dispel, it doesn't neutralize the energy. It binds that energy and stores that energy in the form of bonds in your body. So that is why we say Rajata is like the Chandra. It is Saumya because it controls. It takes the sun's heat, it controls it, holds it, and then transforms it as a very cooling energy that it gives to us. So that is what Rajata does as well. It takes the Agni within itself, holds it, and creates a binding force. Whereas the last one, which is Swarna, it helps in the tissue stability itself, preventing the body or the patient from collapsing, which is why the Hema Garbha Potali and all the Hema, the Swarna Yogas were very prevalently used in all of the acute conditions, and especially the recent COVID condition by one of our team members, Dr. Ashwath Rao. So he is a MBBS practitioner whose parents are Vaidyas. And when you look at him, he basically used a lot of these medications in the ICU during the COVID pandemic. And most of the medicines that he used were based on Swarna. The reason being that they were all patients who were collapsing, and that particular compound helped the tissue from collapsing at that state in an emergency intensive state. So we spoke about Roga Nidana, Samprapti, and then we saw about Chikitsa and its Upakramas. But what is the means for this? I don't want to go into too much detail over here, but you can just take a look at the slide and maybe you can get some more information about it if chance and time permits. So our Dravya Guna Rasa Panchaka is entirely based upon this same understanding of biophysics. So what we see as the Shadrasas is not just a taste. We are not talking about the chemical taste. We're not saying that this taste is occurred because of one specific compound. We're talking about how your mouth and throat, your entire body responds to the dravya that is placed inside. So when I say kashaya rasa, there's no kashaya rasa. You don't perceive kashaya rasa on your tongue. You perceive kashaya rasa in your mouth and the throat, the way it constricts. We're talking about mechanisms here. So the Shad Rasas are the 6 mechanisms in which a drug works. And this 6 mechanism is what our understanding of Laya, Pralaya, Brahmana, Langana extends into the Shadvida Upakrama. So here I've just given, there is further detail to be given because it's not only Snehana that does, Lavana that does Snehana. You have Madhura also that does Snehana. But Vishesha Guna, Vishesha Karma can be attributed to each of these. So you find that the Shadvida Upakramas can be specifically correlated and understood with the Shad Rasas itself. Because when we talk about the Gunas, Vimshati Gunas, the 20 Gunas are nothing but basically 10 with opposite 10. So you have only 10 actual Gunas. So when I say Ushna and Shita, Ushna is the presence of energy, Shita is the absence of energy. Snigdha is the presence of bonds, Ruksha is the absence of bonds. Gurutva is the presence of density and mass, Laguta is the absence of density or mass. So we are talking about Bhava and Abhava. So when you look into these 10 again, there are only 3 primary gunas because the other gunas are the remaining 7 are just permutations and combinations of how these 3 are proportionately mixed together. For example, you have Sthira Guna. Sthira Guna is more Prithvi, less Jala. Then you have Sandra Guna. Sandra might appear to be similar to Sthira, but there is more Jala, less Prithvi. So the remaining 7 gunas are just permutations and combinations of the basic 3. And these 3 tell you about energy and mass, which is the Akasha to Prithvi, Prithvi back to Akasha. And ultimately, what is all of this doing is that it's trying to bind or keep you together. Because the essential factor is, that's why we say Sneho Ayam Purushaha. So it doesn't matter whether it's Ushna or Shita, if the Sneha Guna, which is your binding nature, is strong, this entire transformatory process in your body can occur effortlessly. And this is what our gunas tell us about, and that extends into the understanding of Prasa Panchaka. So this is a little thing on biophysics versus biochemistry. why is, so now when after I've given all this, so I've just literally run through all of these concepts, but you can understand now why our science is far more advanced in its understanding of not just the human body, pathology, and treatment, but in the understanding of reality and nature all around us. We are a step, not a step, we are way beyond what Western science has even come to right now. And our acharyas have detailed all of this. This is not my own invention, and this is not my creation, my analysis and deduction. This is what my gurus taught me, and they learned it from the Shastra. So this is all there in our Shastras, and it's for us to dig out, apply, and take our science forward. So you're all very fortunate, because I had an interaction with all of your college staff yesterday. And from the interaction I had, I was actually very, very, very moved, because you're all lucky and very fortunate to have lecturers, professors who are very forward in the thinking, but based in the Shastras. And unfortunately for me, I got to learn and understand my science better only after I came out of the college or during the final internship, where I was exposed to a lot of wandering siddhas, yogis, babas, sadhus. So they are the ones who taught me most of what I am able to convey and express right now. So I owe my deep gratitude to all of them who share this knowledge. And with that, come to an end. Yeah. So if we have time, right? Questions? Okay, so we have time for questions. So if there are any questions in regard to whatever I ran through, because I didn't get more time to go into too much depth, but I hope I gave a glimpse of about the understanding of Padartha Vijnana, our foundation, Darshanas, its application into understanding Roga and Chikitsa as well. So if there are any questions in regard to this, I'd like to take it forward. Ah. Oh, and okay. So sir saying we'll have it at the end.
Are you all tired? I know the subject physics is a little harder. That's why we didn't opt for our higher studies. Rather, we opt Ayurveda medicine. And Ayurveda ultimately is physics. If we could actually decode the science, we can actually outreach and bring our science and speak to the Western world very confidently about our physics, about our theories, which are far much more beyond than any of the inventions or discoveries come apart. So moving to the next session, I would like to invite Vaidya Skandeshji for the conceptualizing research, questioning the research approach for Ayu Emergency Care Project. Skandeshji, do welcome.
So good evening all. I think my friend Rishiji has constructed a good electromagnetic field over our brain so that we can perceive Ayurveda in a different frequency or something like that. So I would like to start with, to just communicate what we think about one of the aspect of research. And so I think we have Sir and many other experienced scholars also there here to add with the research. So if you can stop me at any time and you can actually contribute. I'm open with that. Okay. So it's about to communicate one of the aspect that, yeah, thank you. Regarding conceptualizing the research model in a one perspective, how we actually we can develop a model in Ayu emergency care. So we would like to call it as research with research action. So I would like to get your opinion on, maybe someone can raise your opinion. What does it differentiate between an experiment and a research? So somebody can, maybe if you can add any details or your perspective. Anything? Okay. So Sir was saying about specificity of the outcome expectation in research, and that is not much evident in experiment. So yeah, so I would like to add that point and much more trying to extend it more like regarding how we are actually inquiring a problem in a systematic manner. So that comes into the domain of research, and as Sir has put forward, our expectation towards the outcome. But in experiment, it won't be like a systematic approach. It will be like a more, maybe sometimes a model that you create yourself, maybe your own inquiry, maybe your own lived experience that add up into your journey of experiment. So we see that many experiments later on converted into research in that way. So in specific towards understanding what mean by experiment, it is important to know how the major discoveries in the world has come up from. So we can see that many discoveries came up from the experiment, not just because they have followed a methodology with scientific integrity, not because they were competent, but also because there was an element of intuition, there was element of mistakes, there was element of creativity, there was element of randomness. So to say, one of the important experiment that has been correlated the function of heart with calcium channel and all. The lab assistant, he mistakenly actually took tap water instead of distilled water. And he was actually shouted up by the scientist and he was dismissed from the duty. Then what happened was after 2 days, they found that the heart sample was actually beating in the water. And that was actually contributed into the discovery of correlating calcium channel pathway and the beating of the heart and later on the biological pathway. So we will all remembering one of the very common example of how the structure of benzene ring was discovered when a scientist known as Kekulé, when he was sleeping, he suddenly saw a dream. A snake is eating its own tail. So he was able to conceptualize a kind of a closed structure for benzene. And he was later on saying that it was his intuition that has made to conceptualize. And there was another important chemical dye which was actually formed like indigo, when there was a researcher who was actually stirring a herbal concoction with a thermometer, and accidentally his thermometer got broke and mixed with the concoction, and synthetically a chemical called indigo has formed. So we have to think that whenever we make a mistake in a lab, don't be sad. It may way through a valuable discovery, maybe also for the Nobel Prize, because some of the Nobel Prize also come up from intuition and mistakes and randomness also. So we have to keep in mind this when we engage with discovery of science or discovery in science especially. So what is important? So we saw that the discovery can come from all these things, but what makes that into a knowledge? So knowledge means knowledge need to have meet some standard. It must be generalizable enough, and there must be a standard, and it must be replicable. So what makes a discovery into a knowledge is how we can actually justify it with the current theoretical construct, or we can call it as a theoretical laden position. So as we saw, we can make a discovery with all humanly available kind of means, but it is important how we make a justification in order to make it as a valid knowledge. So we can see that Reichenbach, one of the important philosopher of science, has given two contexts for discovery and knowledge process. One is the context of discovery, where there is kind of all kind of things can be involved, like randomness and mistakes, creative engagement, even intuition. But what is important, the context of justification makes this discovery into the knowledge or into the domain of science. So we can see in Ayurveda also how we deals with the philosophy of science or epistemology. We consider jnana into pramana. So more over time, we have an observation which can be considered as jnana, but it almost remains as a normal observation until it get validated by the means of knowledge, which can be considered as pramana. So we get a validated theoretical position through pramana, then the jnana becomes into prama, which we can consider as the valid knowledge or valid truth. So coming into this particular thing, I have actually referred this from one of the interesting paper of Harald Wallach. It's talk about what can be a research model appropriate in order to assess. So here I would like to bring a word assess rather than evaluation. So evaluation is like there is a big boss who is there and he's actually monitoring what you are doing and he making a decision. So in that way, when we are engaging with the evaluation word, you must always need a big boss to prove what you are doing. Rather than we would like to use assess. Assessment is like more a participatory or like a collaborative approach when you and there is a more participation in the process of research. So when it come back to this kind of discourses, so Ayurveda can be considered as a complex system. So Rishiji was telling about that. So in the complex system, it involves in the multiple therapeutic kind of components ranging from herbs, behavioral therapy, psychosocial kind of suggestions and all. As like surgery, as like nursing care, as like psychotherapy and all kind of things. So Ayurveda also comes under this kind of complex system. So what is important here as per the paper of Harald Wallach is how to construct a research model in order to assess the effectiveness of a complex system intervention. So yeah, so these are the three things we have to consider as we have a hierarchical of pyramid model where we see that we are putting systematic review or above that we have Cochrane collaborations and we consider it as always like case documents and case series are in the lowest pyramid level. That is actually considered as the hierarchical model of evidence generation. So especially in the complex system interventions, we can see that this hierarchical model of representation of evidence, especially considering randomized control trial as a legitimate or a gold standard, has got certain limitation. So one of the major limitation is limitation in assessing clinical equipoise. So we know that the clinical equipoise is one of the cornerstone in conceptualizing a research question. So we have seen that sometimes we write a hypothesis just by stating only the evidence what we need. We don't put the counter arguments. So in that way, we say that the hypothesis itself is backed by already established evidence. So we say that already we will write the headline of the synopsis as effectiveness of Erandadi Kashayam for Sandigadavada. So the research itself over by writing the headline of the synopsis. So what is important here is how we present both the evidence existing for and against. So in that way, we are finding a doubt or need where to the research need to be carried out. So that need gap or that point of exploration and the essence of doubt need to be considered as clinical equipoise. So when we consider the context of traditional medicine, which has a 3,000 years of practice, it is very difficult to assess its nature of clinical equipoise because it is very familiar in practice and the patient's perception towards this itself as they are benefiting from it. So it is very difficult for us to find out where actually the need gap is before the patients is, especially they will also familiar with that from the historical time period. So it's very difficult for us to actually have to find out where exactly the need of exploration lies out. So, and many of the components of traditional medicine itself already backed from evidence from history and already available scientific evidence also. So when we are presenting an protocol of a complex system Ayurveda intervention, its major components, many of the components will be already validated by research and backed by historical evidence. So it would be difficult to say which components has not having the research evidence and which components has already having a good, sound evidence. So there is a limitation of clinical equipoise. And we can see the contextual dependence. So contextual dependence is important, especially in the setting of traditional medicine, because we consider the context of the patient in having the therapeutic intervention. So like the position of the mind, position of the psychosocial behavior, which is aligned to the physician, aligned to the treatment, is very important in traditional medicine. So that way we start the sloga itself by saying Raga Diroga. So the contextual dependence is very important in Ayurveda. But in a regulatory trial or a hierarchical approach, what we are doing is we are eliminating the context from a patient, and we say that that is like a placebo effect, and we are making isolation of the contextual dependence, and we are trying to see a specific effect which can be evaluated from a particular intervention. So in the context of traditional medicine or Ayurveda, it is very difficult to isolate the component of contextual dependence because it need to be considered as the soul of therapeutic effectiveness. So the third point is like efficacy paradox. So as we know that many drugs which are on the regulatory phases, maybe phase 2, phase 3 post-market evaluation, they tend to be, seems to be less effective when it comes to the real world scenario. Because as we know, the phase 2, phase 3 phases, there will be less patients representative of the real world. So even the drugs which are proved to be highly effective, efficacious, may not be effective in the real world scenario. So that is called efficacy paradox. So since the traditional medicine and Ayurveda has already in practice, it is very difficult that it is to evaluate its efficacy in the regulatory phase because it's already established its effectiveness in the real world scenario. So we can say that rather than going for a triangle of the hierarchical model, it is important to have it as a circle. So circular model that is being proposed by whole system research, especially applicable for Ayurveda or any kind of complex systems. So that's why in even surgery, there is a big debate is going on. How many participants will be ready if they are telling they will be undergoing for a sham surgery or a placebo? Because the very approach to have a surgery is to benefit the patient, not to answer the research question always. So in the context of circularity of evidence model, it is important to see that not a particular design gets legitimate, but it based on the contextuality of the research or based on the approach or the conceptualization of the research question itself. So we can see there is an interesting model called HEALM, hierarchy of evidence applicable for lifestyle medicine. So when the lifestyle medicine as like Ayurveda, so which involves dietary changes, which involves exercise, psychosocial behavioral components, they asked for and came up with a guideline called hierarchy of evidence applicable for lifestyle medicine, so that they were actually insisting that their guidelines should not need to follow what is available as the hierarchical model of evidence triangle. So I think we need to think about how we can conceptualize a hierarchical evidence model for Ayurveda medicine. So this is the engagement. So we can see many exploratory research designs considering its epistemological applicability or epistemological appropriateness. So as we know, Ayurveda is a whole system approach, complex system in nature. It has a personalized way of application. So considering all this, there are now many innovative designs have come like N of 1 trials where with one participant, we can actually randomize and evaluate, assess the effectiveness, and stepped wedge trial, which we can use in epidemiological studies, and black box design, which Rishi was mentioning, which has been assessed and made of certified by WHO, which actually appropriate with the context of Ayurveda in assessing the real world assessment of therapeutic effectiveness. And we have platform trials almost like we have a multi-component of intervention for one particular condition. So it will be almost like you have a multi-component stage-wise, you can assess each components, but there you have a scope to assess the multi-components therapeutic effectiveness. So come to what we are thinking in our mind as research with, it is important to see that what is the community participatory research approach. So it is more like a collaborative approach. There is more inclusivity, and it promote the social change and transformation as a research action. So what it does is the conceptualization of question does not limit with the brain of the researcher or the published article which is already there, but it develops from the very engagements of the community which is involved with. So we have seen that many phytochemicals and now converted as active ingredients are actually came up from knowledge of traditional knowledge. We know hydroxychloroquine, which quinine was actually synthesized by traditional physicians in Peru. And the Nobel Prize winning 2014 anti-malarial drug is being actually synthesized by traditional Chinese medicine. So, but important to see that who is acknowledging those discovery. Even who is acknowledging the discovery of the food based on ecosystem which is being formed and developed by the traditional civilized knowledge. So here it is important to see that a collaborative research approach, which is actually with the researcher, has the potential to acknowledge and entitle the role of the community which produces the knowledge. So there is a co-production of knowledge rather than a researcher is producing knowledge and the community or the participant just become like a subject. There is an active involvement of the community. So we can see what are the advantages of that for the researchers and community. So, and it is important to know that what is the need, perceived need of the researcher and the felt need. So for example, we see that many traditional folklore communities, many researchers have done not to see what is their need. So for example, we are seeing that they have a prevalence of non-communicable disease in many kind of traditional communities. But if you see the major research that may be done to the reflective of what researcher is believing as a research question. So we see that many genome-wide analysis studies to just correlate a tribal community in Kerala to have any connection with a civilization that is in Middle East or a European country. So those kind of research approach always does not prioritize what is the need and what is the resource available within the community. But research with or the community-based participatory research that actually finds what is the priority of the community, what is the resource available, and in a collaborative way, it conceptualizes the research question. So we can see in the step-wise understanding. So identifying research question is very important. So that has been done in like we have problem tree method, or we actually trying to do in this project like the researchers or the participant will be given some numbers. So they can actually give some numbers, what they are considering as the priority of research. And we will be having an accumulation of the priorities. From that, actually, we can see what is the priority of the, what is the major community's priority in order to take it up as a research. So the conceptualization of the research question itself comes from the collaborative nature of the community or the researchers which we are undertaking the research. So it comes into the context of Ayu emergency. So here we are trying to see how actively Ayurveda professionals are being brought into the research process in the very beginning of conceptualizing the research and also in the process of research, and how the benefit of the research can be equally shared and benefit, and how it can be also propagated and taken to the action of research through inducing the social change. So that's what we would like to propose as one of the aspects of research in Ayu emergency care. So these are the things that we can see, like epistemological appropriate solution is very important in the context of Ayurveda research, rather than there is a kind of monopoly of biomedicalization in the research nature. So this is itself like an imperative. Individually, we are one drop together. So if we want to become an ocean, if we want to have the strong wave, we must be like collaborated, and we want to build a network and establishment which can actually progress science, which we are seeing as in the domain of biomedicine. So it is important that we collectively make effort, build establishment, network ourselves in order to face the larger challenges that in front of us. So I'm concluding here, and I'm just presenting a kind of a case scenario, and I just want some of your aspects or perspective on that, and with that we can wind up this session. Yeah, so you can read this case scenario. It's like a case. Can we move to the next one? Yeah, please. I think we can go. What is the question that we can actually engage with? Yeah, sir, can we? So we would like to have assessment and thoughts over this. What can be the, how you are actually assessing the research approach of Dr. Flamingo in this case? And would like to know how we can actually make research in Ayurveda more scientific and ethical in nature based on your insights with this. So I would encourage or welcome all your insights and thoughts, please. Anybody has any perspective on this? You would like to share something, or can you share your thoughts?
So the most important thing in any research would be like you are following uniformity, the integrity, and the transparency, which is acceptable throughout. So like the diagnosis of a case and what are the criteria that you're using for diagnosis and how you design a protocol with two criteria for inclusion, exclusion, assessment, what type of drugs that you're using, how safe they are, whether they've been safety profile being generated. And so that's why sometimes, and when it comes to Ayurveda, many of them there has been a lot of experience rather than evidence that we try to come up with. So such things need to be documented. Then maybe we can go like a reverse pharmacological approach can be done.
Any thoughts on this case? We have.
That's what I think I was speaking with special reference. to
Yeah. So now I got the thought. Yeah. So any other thoughts? So I would like to make some 2 to 3 points over this. So what Dr. Flamingo was thinking, apart from what Sir has already mentioned, like the scientific, core scientific aspects, rather than what he was doing is that he, as we have discussed, he was not concerned about the communities which actually practicing is and the knowledge of the community. And he was into just extract what they are doing. And he was to actually in a curious kind of a situation, how it can be applied into the regulatory process and get a patent maybe. So the problem here is there is a lack of community engagement, community participation, and there is a lack of understanding what was the need of the society. So if we are conducting a research in a particular society, the essentiality of the research and conceptualization of the research always needed to go hand in hand with the necessity of the society in terms of the resource, in terms of what is their priority. So here it is a priority of, it was the Flamingo and to get his grant. So that was the priority motivated him to fly over India and to conduct this research. So from the very conceptualization of the research, there is like a conflict of interest of his grant, so that he can get the grant if he is actually going there and get something back. And it's also seen that he's not considering what is the dynamic process that involves in the treatment. He's just considering that practice as some medicine that is being given, and he's trying to take that and to apply for a regulatory trial. So there is no epistemological consideration of the practice existing with that. And it is important to see that what is the post-study benefit does the community is going to get. So he will be flowing away to the US, and the same medicine after the patency will come to India with a triple price. So what is the community is going to gain after the post-study benefit? So these things are very important in the very conceptualization of the research, because the knowledge always, it's not a very pure kind of a thing. The scientific knowledge also has a history of all immorality or unethics and marginalization what has been done in the future. So it is also our duty as a Ayurvedist in order to have a much better social conscience put into place in order to make the knowledge which is more powerful and social changing in nature, also which is transformation and which can address multiple complexities and challenges of the future. So by saying this, thank you. Thank you for your patience listening, and thank you for hosting this Ayu Emergency Yatra here.
We will be displaying our QR code in the screen. Kindly do scan the QR codes and do follow us in our Instagram page, as well as give your feedback on our sessions. It will be displayed very soon. Before that, I would like to call Dr. Mail Vagioli to give the vision of ICU, the future action and collaboration.
Thank you. Just to give a brief idea of how we conceptualize this project. For us, Ayu Emergency Care Project is just a branch for Ayurveda and emergency. But this model can be replicated in different with oncology, with different other specialty or subject not yet developed in Ayurveda, or with other traditional system, Siddha, Unani. And for this, we need an ecosystem, a strong ecosystem who respect everyone. So this model, I saw a group of researchers in France I am in contact with. They create LUCI, International Cooperative University. ICU, it is not intensive care unit. It is International Cooperative University. Means everyone can cooperate for the benefit of the society and add what he can in the project. Means a traditional healer will be a scientist, part of the project. If we publish a paper, the healer who give information has to be the first or the second or the third author. In this sense, this International Cooperative University plan to create PhD, international PhD with 3-4 different universities in different countries. No need, maybe we try to do this, no need to have a master or to have a MD to propose a PhD. If you are expert in one subject, you can be helped by others to translate your knowledge in a thesis and get a PhD. I think we need to do this because if not, it's always for few members. And I think the world of the forest, of the traditional knowledge, the ground of the science can never reach academy. And now it is a very important to bridge both, because in one side, academics has their own vision, most of the time totally disconnected with the ground. So this is the goal of this. You can click on, on the cross, So we can see the first, you can go on, you will have the QR code. The first is Ayu Emergency Care, but then you can go on pluriversity. Top. Pluriversity talks about ecology of knowledge, cognitive justice, linguistic, epistemology of the South. All these subjects, already we work on it from sometimes, but in the website, it is empty now. We would like all of you to go in this website and give a suggestion, question, how to build it. This international cooperative university in India for India. It is linked with, you can come back to home. It is going down. It is linked with Lucy France. You can click and you go to the portal of International Cooperative University France. And if a network of university in the world is going to launch, it will be very powerful to have an alternative vision in the scientific world. A new one is going to be created, I think in August, in Dakar, in Senegal, in Africa. Then in South America soon. Come back, yes, thank you. And you can go on top. Going to Ayu Emergency Care. Going down. Yeah, you can go a little down. If you want more information about the training, there is a link to go to the website of Jiva Raksha to understand how they build the training and how we can adapt this to the Ayurvedic community. I will stop with this. You can go. I would like to share the QR code. The first QR code, we need you to answer to some questions, to have your feedback about our presentation, the workshop, the lecture, and give, all suggestions. This will help us to improve and to upgrade our seminar, our venue in each point. Yes, this one. So if you can open it now, it is a Google form. You let it in a page in a side. You can complete it after. I would like to know if it works, because sometimes there is some problem. If you do it, it works? Okay. Everyone done? It is okay for everyone, or a little more time? And go to the next QR code. So here there is a social media link, and the last one is direct. It will bring you to Google Form to be part of the Yatra, to be part of Ayu Emergency Care. So we will have more information, and you will be linked to a group, and you will receive all the information. I will give the mic back to see if we can.
Do follow us in our social media to know about our future collaborations. Before that, I had gotten two questions. One is to Dr. Mile. The question, proud. Which was the application used while CPR training?
It is a specific model by Lerdal. It is a label from Denmark or north of Europe. I was working with this in my school, so I know this. I think now many labels are there. You can choose, but it is connected, and the application is free with this mannequin. Now I think there is many different applications. Even You can have a little gadget or even your phone. Sometimes you can put it on a normal mannequin and do it. You can see the pulsation. So I think just what is important and to have the feedback of different elements to correct ourselves. If we have this direct mode, we will learn very easily. I think the application name is QRCP, and but you need a Lerdal mannequin. So it comes from Lerdal, India. I contact them. I told them it was to show this to the Ayurvedic community, and they give me this for free for 1 year. So I think a good maybe approach is to have a network of colleges and to negotiate to have this type of or to ask some industry to make it here in India.
Thank you, Dr. Mile. I would like to request the crowd to move a little forward so that we can have a close interaction. If you guys have any questions to put forth, you can raise your hands and ask your questions. So we do have our second question. This is to Dr. Rishi. How can we relate the antihistamine with guna?
Yeah, so with antihistamines or 98% of the allopathic drugs, what you're doing is you're doing a stambhana over there. You're doing an amastambhana. And we have this concept of amastambhana in our science as well, which is what you do in an acute condition. But there is a context and reason to where we apply amastambhana as a chikitsa. So when you're doing stambhana, you're halting or you're arresting. The basic understanding of stambhana is not just constriction, but you're arresting action over there. So into rather just understanding how we understand antihistamines as gunas, what does an antihistamine do is that when a compound comes in contact with your body tissue is sensitive, which shows that there's a dhatu shaitilya or there's a vikriti in your dhatu, which then makes it react to it. The reaction is a protective mechanism, which is why we find that people with hypersensitivity or in an immune reaction, they end up with swelling immediately. So the agni or the reactivity causes the jala to secrete to again protect the body. So the body is trying to protect itself. So when you give an antihistamine, what you're doing is you're suppressing the body's immune response. So basically what you're doing is you're allowing for the substance to damage your body without allowing your body to protect itself. Rather, if our chikitsa should rather be towards simultaneously dealing with the kopa avastha of the pitta while increasing the dhatu sthiratva. So that's why if you see our medicines with our Sutta Shekara and all of these medicines that we commonly use, it's not just that it does an anti-inflammation. It is Parthiva in nature, it is Prithvi in nature. And that Prithvi guna or the Prithvi Parthivatva, it goes and creates a Dhatu Sthiratva, allowing your tissue to not get affected by the allergen. And while simultaneously what you're using, which is what the substance that you use to increase the Prithvi guna, also has a side, Pitta Hara guna. So instead of just doing Pitta Hara, or what we are doing with the antihistamines, you're not doing Pitta Hara, you're doing Pitta Stambhana, which is in fact arresting the action of Pitta and you're only damaging the body without allowing your body to respond. But our dravyas actually act on the dhatu sthiratva while doing a simultaneous pitta hara. So this is the big difference between our mode of approach versus using something that is just avastha based, which is a antihistamine. The antihistamine might help you at that moment, but when you keep using antihistamine, you are creating a background damage. On the background, you're constantly creating a damage to the tissue while suppressing the body's immune response.
Thanks, Dr. Rishi. I would like to call upon Dr. Ratna ji to have a formal proposal that we already discussed with the KLE team.
Beautiful people of Keli, wonderful, wonderful students, and over enthusiastic crowd to learn about Ayurveda and bring it up. On behalf of my team, I firstly thank you all for hosting the team. Today I'm here as a student, like all of you, and we had many questions before we came, before we started, as to we were talking about pranada medicines, and we were talking about where will we find Hingula Haratala. I'm a common practitioner. I'm not a Rasavaidya, but I still need to protect my patient when I'm practicing. So when we started, we were very sure we would get a question as to where do we find them. Luckily, we are, no, I don't say luckily, it's all a divine design. We are in Keli. We saw all the infrastructure, which is art, state of the art, and one of the best systems that they have generated and structured infrastructure. So we had a team meeting, and with permission of beloved principal, sir, I'm here to announce a collaboration with Keli Ayurveda and team Ayu Emergency Yatra to procure, structure, study, standardize, as well as produce WHO standard medicines over some time. Maybe we need some infrastructure that needs to be brought in. Over some time, we have proposed a collaboration officially accepted by the team of RSBK on this auspicious day of 25th anniversary celebration. And over the period of probably some time of 1 year, we would be having all the medicines that we have discussed today, and we will be systematizing in our policies over this yatra and over other collection of emergency practices which we will be documenting over this yatra will all be officially sponsored. I don't say sponsored, will be officially manufactured under WHO guidance in collaboration with BM Kankanwadi College and Ayu Emergency Yatra. Thank you for this collaboration. It is not just for the college, it is not just for the Ayu Emergency Yatra team, but it is for every person who is in need to find a solution to procure one of the most many very significant pranada medicines that we need in terms of managing emergency management using Ayurveda drugs. We all have a trauma of what happened in Corona. And I hope with this collaboration, we will be more ready with the best of the medicines, with the best of knowledge. I thank all the team for hosting us. I thank all the team for all the support that has been extended towards the collaboration. And I look forward for many more studies to come for the betterment of Ayurveda. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pratnaji. With this note, we would like to wind up the session. If you have any further more questions, you can put forth very soon. Okay. Thanks to the eternal power. Thanks to the KLE team for having us here. We would love to hear the feedback from the KLE team, from the PG aspirants. We can have it later after the session. So I would like to hand over my regard. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Prasanna. So coming to the end of the day, so we'll start up the valedictory function. So now I now request Dr. Veena Kupati, Assistant Professor, RSPK Department, to read the report of the day.
Namaste everyone. I take an opportunity to read report of Ayu Emergency Yatra organized by Department of Rashastra and Vaishya Kalpana on the eve of Silver Jubilee celebration. The workshop conducted on hybrid mode. Total 925 delegates were registered from all over the country. It is a moment of pride that our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji joined the workshop through virtual mode. It's great that honor to Dr. B.S. Prasad, President NCISM New Delhi, also joined us and given positive response that trying to put this as a syllabus point. To brief about the workshop, it was conducted on 4 sessions. First session was about Vishachikitsa with success stories, and also they shown some Katta Kalpa and Matra Kalpas and its utility in emergency management. And second session was about AEC LS workshop conducted on hands-on with elaborative details of CPR in emergency management. And third session was translational exploration into emergency care, cross-track between the biophysics and Ayurveda. And fourth session is conceptualizing research with research question. And lastly, briefed about vision of ICU and future actions collaboration. By this brief report, I conclude report reading of Ayush Emergency Yatra. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Veena. So I now request Principal Sir to present the token of gratitude to Ayur Emergency team. Yes. Okay, all the team members of Ayur Yatra.
Lastly, I propose a vote of thanks. I thank all the resource person for their effort and coming here and enriching us with the Ayurveda knowledge. I thank you one and all. And I thank our beloved principal, Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty sir, for continuous support in organizing this event. And I also thank Dr. PG Jadar sir. I thank Dr. R.S. Hiramat sir, and I thank all the department faculties, PG scholars, IT team, and all the delegates who attended online and offline mode. And I thank all the delegates from and also my teachers, some of teachers also attending this one. I thank each and everyone for participating and making this this event very successful. Thank you, one and all. Tea is arranged outside. I request all the delegates to go for the tea.
Shastra. Please come. Please come front. First.